Consistent scheduling practices, lack of professional development opportunities, and insufficient recognition for outstanding performance. Each issue was presented with supporting data, proposed solutions, and cost-benefit analyses. They'd done a cost-benefit analysis of unsurvivable occupations. In conclusion, Priya said, reaching the final slide, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We just want the same workplace standards that Federation law guarantees to all employees. Safe equipment, adequate facilities, opportunities for advancement, and fair compensation for the hazards we face. You are being fairly compensated, Taluvics managed to say. Unsurvivable occupation positions are among the highest paid jobs in the Federation. True, Priya acknowledged, but we've done salary comparisons with equivalent positions in other sectors, adjusting for risk factors and required skills, and we believe a 15% increase would be more appropriate. A 15% increase? It's actually quite reasonable. Priya pulled up another chart. Here's the breakdown, showing our calculations based on Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd used Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd apparently memorized the entire HR manual that most Federation employees used as a sleep aid. Taluvics slumped in his seat. Around the assembly hall, other Federation representatives were displaying various stages of psychological breakdown. Let me see if I understand correctly, Taluvics said slowly, with the careful precision of someone trying to maintain sanity through sheer force of will. You want us to install break rooms in environments that should liquefy organic matter. You want career advancement in positions that were designed to have a 100% mortality rate. You want training programs for jobs that nobody should survive long enough to get good at. And you want a pay raise on top of all this. That's correct, Priya confirmed. We've also prepared a list of secondary concerns we'd like to address in future negotiations. But we understand these primary issues should be resolved first. There are more issues. 14 additional items, Priya said, but we're trying to be reasonable. We understand that organizational change takes time. Taluvics looked at the other humans. They all nodded seriously, as if this entire conversation were perfectly normal and not a complete inversion of everything the Federation understood about unsurvivable occupations and death world species. Give us a week to review your proposal, Taluvics said finally, because what else could he say? They'd clearly prepared for this meeting better than the Federation had prepared for anything in its entire 40,000-year history. Absolutely, Priya said cheerfully. We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing. Of course there was one more thing. We've been thinking about expansion, Priya said. There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers. You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs, Taluvics said flatly. If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million. It's a competitive job market on Earth right now, Priya explained, and honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people. Your dream jobs are our nightmares, Taluvics shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. Different perspectives, I guess, Priya said diplomatically. Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time. The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible!" shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable." "They can, and they did," Taluvics said tiredly. "And they cited Federation law while doing it." If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions. So what do we do? Asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. We, Taluvik said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else. They have a list of 14 additional demands, someone pointed out unnecessarily. I know, Taluvik snapped. Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we? Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe. And the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, all previous models of species survival probability were wrong. The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it, recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation. Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. We need to acknowledge, he began with the tone of someone making a confession, that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency. The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Furthermore, Vorgrim continued, preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors. Still silence. The Economic Analysis Division is recommending, Vorgrim took a deep breath, that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations. Now the silence broke. What? Colleagues surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. You want to bring more of them here, deliberately? The data is compelling, Vogrim said, projecting the economic models. Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees. They're terrifying, colleagues objected. They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vogrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans. Exactly, Vogrim said, which is why we should employ more of them. The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Turtix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications. Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans, she said. We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative. 5 million, Turtix repeated, out of 19 billion applicants. It's a start, Yalthir said. We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers. The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team, working near a collapsing binary star system, organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards, and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. VORPP published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments: Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off. These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. Medical staff required counseling. As the 1-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. "Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations?" "We can't limit them," pointed out Representative Taluvics, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. "They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this," Colleague said flatly. "We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities." "It appears so," Vorgrim agreed. "The question is, how do we manage this moving forward?" Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. "If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work." "Please," Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. "At this point, any insight would be welcome." "Humans," Dr. Fellish began, "have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do." "That's worse," Collix muttered. "Perhaps," Dr. Fellish continued, "but consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid? Collix asked. No, Dr. Fellish said firmly. I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset. The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. You're saying, Vorgrim said slowly, that we've been limiting ourselves, that there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult. I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data, Dr. Fellish said. They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it. Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. Very well, Vorgrim said. We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions. And if they keep demanding more, colleagues asked, better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits, then we negotiate, Vorgrim said simply. Just like we would with any other workforce, they've earned that right by doing the impossible. The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. Not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. Thank you for seeing me, Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. Of course, Vorgrim said cautiously. What did you want to discuss? I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work, Priya said, and I have a suggestion. Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art, Priya continued. But you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long. That's an accurate assessment, Vorgrim agreed warily. So here's my thought. Priya leaned forward. What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale. Vorgrim considered this. You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists. Exactly, Priya nodded. But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that. You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations, Vorgrim said slowly. Make them less unsurvivable. We want to make them safer, Priya corrected. There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that. Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, A remarkably reasonable proposal. And coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. "What do you want in return?" he asked directly. "Recognition," Priya said simply. "Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right." "You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation," Vorgrim said. "We want to make them safe," Priya emphasized again. "Or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea?" Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. "I'll bring it to the council," he said finally. "I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask." Priya stood to leave. "Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially." After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. "Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations," read one particularly dramatic headline. "Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions," was more accurate but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, "We Were Wrong About Everything." It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety. Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet." The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Felish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," he said in his keynote address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because we finally found someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding. Not just for Dr. Felish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Turtix, now senior administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. Environment Division occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Turtix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. A mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable," Yalthir pointed out. "Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything," Turtix said darkly. "We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy?" Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity," Yalthir said thoughtfully. They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way. Turtix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. Still, Turtix said, I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again. Probably wise, Yalthir agreed. Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude. We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next, Turtix said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway. There are exactly 3 things you need to know about the Galactic Administrative Registry of Potentially Dangerous Life Forms. First, the name is a lie. It's actually a registry of all life forms, dangerous or otherwise, but some committee thought the current name sounded more important. Second, nobody who works there actually wants to be there. And third, the coffee is terrible. Not just bad, terrible. The kind of terrible that makes you question whether the universe has any mercy whatsoever. Vexner Krilth had been working at the registry for 17 cycles. 17 long cycles. His species, the Karathi, were known throughout the galaxy for their meticulous record-keeping and their unfortunate tendency to develop stress-induced skin discoloration. Vexner's current shade was what his medical officer called concerning mauve, which was just one step below get your affairs in order purple. The problem wasn't the work itself. Cataloging new species was actually quite straightforward. You observed them, you measured their technological development, you assigned them a threat level somewhere between harmless and evacuate the sector, and then you filed the appropriate paperwork. Simple, or at least it should have been simple. But then came file reference GH4782 SOL3, otherwise known as humanity. Vexner stared at his screen with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who've just realized they've been eating the wrong end of a particularly exotic fruit. The data made no sense, absolutely none. According to every biological model in the registry's database, humans shouldn't exist. Their homeworld's gravity was all wrong for their bone density. Their atmosphere had way too much oxygen for creatures that metabolized the way they did. Their star was the wrong color. Their moon was proportionally massive. Everything about them screamed evolutionary impossibility. And yet, there they were, not just existing, but thriving. "This is ridiculous," Vexner muttered, his tentacles twitching with frustration. He pulled up the preliminary reports filed by the observation teams. Surely they would have some explanation. The first report was from Observer Telshak, who had been monitoring human broadcasts for the past cycle. Vexner read it once, then twice, then a third time, because he was certain he must have misunderstood something. Humans routinely engage in recreational activities that would be classified as suicidal behavior in any other species, the report stated. They jump from perfectly functional aircraft for fun. They climb vertical rock faces without proper climbing equipment. They surf on frozen water, sliding down mountains at speeds that would kill most species on impact. When asked why, the most common response is, because it's there, or seemed like a good idea at the time. Wexner felt his skin shifting toward a deeper purple. The second report was worse, much worse. Observer Kindala had actually visited Earth, disguised as one of their domestic animals, a golden retriever, apparently. The report read like a fever dream written by someone who'd been hit on the head with a piece of furniture. Humans have domesticated carnivorous pack hunters and allow them to sleep in their beds, the report screamed, in what Wexner could only assume was digital terror. They keep venomous arachnids as pets. They eat substances that cause chemical burns to most species and call it seasoning. One human I observed consumed a quantity of capsaicin that should have killed them, turned bright red, sweated profusely, and then said, "That's delicious," before eating more. There was a note at the bottom of the report, requesting immediate transfer to any other assignment, would accept posting to a black hole observation station. "At least black holes make sense," Wexner's communicator chirped. It was his supervisor, Threnody Vex, a Karathi like himself, but older and significantly more purple. The kind of purple that suggested she'd been dealing with humanity longer than Wexner had. "Krilimth," she said without preamble, "I'm sending you something. It's classified at the highest level. You're going to read it, you're going to panic, and then you're going to understand why I drink. I don't drink, Director." "You will." The file arrived 3 seconds later. It was titled, "Protocols for Managing Contact with Sol 3 Inhabitants, a Comprehensive Guide to Not Dying Horribly." It was 47,000 pages long. "What?" Wexner's tentacles flailed wildly. "Director, this is insane. Why would we need 47,000 pages of protocols for one species? The Gennari hive mind only required 3 pages, and they're a telepathic collective consciousness that can strip a planet of resources in a matter of hours." "Read page 1347, Threnody said calmly, "then call me back." Wexner navigated to the specified page. The heading read, "Incident Report, the phrase." Oh no. According to the report, approximately 2 cycles ago, a human had been present on commercial trading station Theta 9. The station was a neutral meeting ground where species from across the galaxy conducted business, exchanged goods, and generally tried not to start wars with each other. It was considered one of the safest places in known space. Armed conflicts were forbidden. Violence was prohibited. Even raising your voice was considered poor form. The human's name was Derek Hoffman. He was, according to the report, unremarkable in every way except for his apparent complete lack of survival instinct. The problem began in Docking Bay 7. A Vreknari cargo hauler had malfunctioned during landing, blocking the entire bay. The Vreknari, being a species that prioritized protocol above all else, had immediately begun the proper procedures for reporting the malfunction. These procedures involved filling out Form 7742B in triplicate, waiting for a certified inspector to assess the situation, scheduling a repair crew, and then, once all paperwork was properly filed and approved, fixing the problem. Estimated time to clear the bay, 6 standard days. This was unacceptable to approximately 40 ships waiting to dock, but everyone understood that these were the rules. You couldn't just bypass proper procedures. That would be chaos. Everyone understood this, except Derek Hoffman. According to 17 different security recordings, Hoffman had been sitting in the station's observation lounge, consuming what humans called beer. The beverage was, according to chemical analysis, mildly poisonous to most species. Humans drank it recreationally. Hoffman watched the growing chaos in the docking bay for approximately 11 minutes. Then he stood up, walked over to his companion, a human female named Kay Brennan, who appeared to be the more sensible of the two, and uttered the phrase that would echo through galactic history. "Hold my beer!" Kay Brennan's response was immediate and visceral. "Derek, no." "Derek, yes," he replied, grinning in a way that the report described as deeply unsettling. What happened next was recorded from multiple angles. Hoffman walked to the docking bay, somehow bypassed 3 separate security checkpoints by simply waving at the guards and walking past them with confidence, and approached the malfunctioning cargo hauler. The Vreknari cargo master, whose name translated roughly to strict adherence to proper procedures, attempted to explain that touching the vessel without proper authorization was strictly forbidden and could result in immediate deportation from the station. Hoffman's response was to pat the Vreknari on what he assumed was a shoulder, but was actually a sensory organ, say, "I got this, buddy," and climb onto the cargo hauler. What followed was described by the station's chief engineer as technically impossible, but also somehow exactly what was needed. Hoffman spent exactly 4 minutes crawling around the exterior of the cargo hauler. He kicked something, hit something else with his fist, twisted what appeared to be a decorative element but was actually a pressure valve, and then, for reasons that no engineer could explain, he shouted an earth profanity at the ship's engine core. The cargo hauler started working perfectly. The bay was cleared in 15 minutes. Hoffman returned to the observation lounge, reclaimed his beer from Kay Brennan, and said, "See, no problem." The station's governing council spent the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what had happened. They brought in engineers from 9 different species. They analyzed every sensor reading. They interviewed Hoffman 17 times. His explanation never varied. "I don't know, man. I just kind of felt what was wrong and fixed it." This was impossible. Ships didn't work on feelings. They worked on clearly defined mechanical and energy principles. You couldn't just hit things and make them work, except apparently you could if you were human. The incident report concluded with a single line that Vexner read 3 times. "Recommend classifying humans as category Omega, unpredictable reality distortion." Vexner called Threnody back. His skin had achieved a shade of purple he didn't even know was possible. "This can't be real," he said. "This has to be some kind of joke, a test for new employees, right?" "I wish," Threnody replied. "Keep reading. It gets worse." Vexner didn't want to keep reading. He really didn't want to keep reading. But he was a Karathi, and Karathi always followed procedures. So he kept reading. Page 3209, the Manila envelope incident. Page 7412, why you should never challenge a human to a contest of any kind. Page 15803, the human concept of duct tape and why it violates several fundamental laws of physics. Page 22096, case study. How humanity solved an interstellar navigation problem using what they call eyeballing it. Each incident was more absurd than the last, and yet each had been verified by multiple independent observers. These weren't stories, they weren't legends, they were documented facts. Vexner felt something he hadn't felt since his first day at the registry. Genuine, existential terror. He was about to close the file when he noticed something strange. There was an appendix at the very end of the document. It was titled simply, "The List." The list was exactly what it sounded like. A comprehensive compilation of every time a human had said the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever insane thing they'd done next. The list was updated in real time. The list was currently 247,000 entries long, and it was growing. Vexner watched in horror as the number ticked up while he stared at the screen. 247,001, 247,002. Somewhere in the galaxy, right at this very moment, a human was saying those 3 words and preparing to do something that would make sense to absolutely no one except other humans. His communicator chirped again. Threnody Vex looked even more purple than before, which Vexner hadn't thought possible. "There's been another incident," she said. "Sector 42, mining colony. The humans weren't even supposed to be there." "What happened?" "What always happens. Someone said, 'Hold my beer,' and now we have a situation." Vexner felt his career flashing before his eyes. He joined the registry because he wanted a quiet life, a safe, predictable, bureaucratic life filled with forms and procedures and absolutely no excitement whatsoever. "Director," he said carefully, "perhaps we should just classify humanity as a Category 5 threat and recommend minimal contact. Already tried that 6 cycles ago. It didn't work." "Why not?" "Because humans don't care about threat classifications. They saw the warning beacons we placed around their system and thought they were invitations. They're like moths drawn to a flame, except the flame is danger and they're flying toward it while laughing." Vexner's tentacles drooped in defeat. "So what do? We do what we've been doing for the past 2 cycles, Threnody said. "We watch, we document, we try to predict where they'll cause chaos next. And we hope that when the inevitable disaster happens, they'll fix it the same way they cause it." "How's that?" "By doing something completely impossible that somehow works anyway." Vexner looked at his screen, at the file that was supposed to be his routine assignment, at the list that kept growing, and he realized something that made his skin turn a shade of purple that his medical database didn't even have a name for. Humanity hadn't just been discovered by the galaxy. The galaxy had been discovered by humanity, and nothing would ever make sense again. He opened a new file and began typing his preliminary report on human classification. He got exactly 3 words in before stopping. "Humans were what? Dangerous? Certainly. Unpredictable? Absolutely. Impossible. By every measure the galaxy had. But there was something else, something that none of the reports had quite captured. Something that made Vexner's analytical mind itch with the uncomfortable sensation of not understanding. Humans were fun. Not fun in the safe, controlled way that the Karathi understood fun. Not the carefully regulated recreational activities that other species engaged in, but genuine, unpredictable, chaos-inducing fun. They looked at the universe and saw not a place of rules and order and careful procedures, but a place of possibilities. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Vexner deleted his 3 words and started over. This was going to take a while. Meanwhile, on commercial trading station Theta 9, Kay Brennan was having what she generously referred to as a very long day. The problem with being the only consistently sensible human in any given situation was that everyone assumed you could control the other humans. This was, Kay had discovered, like assuming you could control a thunderstorm by asking it politely to rain somewhere else. Derek Hoffman sat across from her in the station's mediocre excuse for a restaurant, grinning like someone who hadn't just caused an interstellar incident. "You can't keep doing this," Kay said, pinching the bridge of her nose in a gesture that had become depressingly familiar over the past few months. "Doing what?" Derek replied innocently. "I fixed the problem. You violated station protocols. You touched a civilian vessel without authorization. You could have been arrested. But I wasn't arrested. Because it worked." Derek leaned back in his chair with the confidence of someone who had never once considered the consequences of their actions. Besides, everyone was happy in the end. The Breknari guy even thanked me. He filed a formal complaint. He thanked me first. The complaint came later, which means the thank you counts more. Kay stared at him. This was Derek's logic. This was the logic that had gotten them through 3 separate diplomatic incidents, 2 near-death experiences, and 1 situation involving a sentient plant that still gave her nightmares. The worst part, his logic worked. Not in any way that made sense, but it worked nonetheless. "Derek," she said slowly, "do you understand that we're representing humanity out here? That everything we do reflects on our entire species?" "Yep." And you're okay with that? Sure, humans are great. We figure stuff out. We help people. We fix things. He paused. Sometimes we break things first, but we always fix them eventually. Kay wanted to argue. She wanted to explain that the galaxy didn't work on eventually, that there were rules and procedures and carefully established protocols that existed for very good reasons. But she'd been traveling with Derek for 6 months now. 6 months of watching him solve problems that shouldn't be solvable. 6 months of seeing him befriend species that were supposed to be hostile. 6 months of witnessing the impossible become routine. And she'd realized something that her very organized, very rational mind had trouble accepting. Derek wasn't crazy. Well, he was a little crazy, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Derek saw the universe differently than everyone else. Where others saw rules, he saw suggestions. Where others saw barriers, he saw mild inconveniences. Where others saw impossible problems, he saw interesting challenges. And somehow, inexplicably, that worked. Just promise me something, Kay said finally. Anything. The next time you feel the urge to say, hold my beer before doing something stupid. Yeah, at least try to think it through first. Derek considered this for a moment. I can do that. How long should I think? More than 3 seconds would be a good start. Deal, Derek grinned. See, I can be responsible. Kay had her doubts, serious doubts, but she'd learned that arguing with Derek was like arguing with a force of nature. You couldn't win. You could only hope to establish a few ground rules and pray he remembered them when it mattered. Her communicator buzzed. It was a message from the station administrator. Apparently, the governing council wanted to speak with both of them immediately. This was either very good or very bad. Knowing Derek, it was probably bad. They made their way to the council chambers, which were designed to be impressive. High ceilings, elegant architecture, subtle lighting that suggested both authority and wisdom. It was the kind of room that made you want to behave yourself. Derek looked around and said, "Nice place. Do you think they'd let me hang a hammock in here?" Kay closed her eyes and counted to 10, in 3 different languages. The council consisted of 7 members, each representing different species and interests. They all looked tired, the kind of tired that suggested they'd been dealing with something exhausting for far too long. The council leader, a distinguished Karathi named Venshara, cleared his throat. Derek Hoffman, Kay Brennan, thank you for joining us. No problem, Derek said cheerfully. Love what you've done with the place. Venshara's skin shifted toward purple. Kay recognized it as a bad sign. We've been reviewing the incident in Docking Bay 7, Venshara continued. While we acknowledge that your intervention did resolve the immediate problem, it has created certain complications. Complications? Kay asked carefully. 23 ships have filed requests for Derek Hoffman to examine their vessels, another council member explained. Apparently, word has spread that he can fix things by feeling them. This is not a recognized repair methodology. I mean, it works though, Derek pointed out. That's not the point. Venshara's purple deepened. The point is that we have procedures, standards, certifications. You can't just declare yourself a mechanic because you successfully kicked a cargo hauler. Technically, I kicked it and hit it and shouted at it, Derek corrected. It was a comprehensive approach. Kay wanted to die, just cease existing right there in the council chambers. It would be easier than dealing with this. But Venshara surprised her. Instead of exploding with rage or calling security, he simply deflated. The purple faded to a resigned mauve. We've been receiving reports about humans for the past 2 cycles, he said quietly. At first, we thought they were exaggerations. Surely no species could be that awesome, Derek suggested. Chaotic, Venshara corrected, but the reports keep coming, and they're all verified, all true. Humans don't follow patterns. You don't behave the way biological entities are supposed to behave. You break rules we didn't even know could be broken. Is that a bad thing? Derek asked, genuinely curious. The council members looked at each other. Several tentacles twitched. A few manipulator appendages flexed nervously. One member's bioluminescent patches flickered uncertainly. "We don't know," Venshara admitted. "That's the problem. We've established protocols for aggressive species, for expansionist species, for technologically superior species, but we have no protocols for species that are just weird," Derek offered helpfully. "Unpredictable." Kay decided it was time to intervene before Derek made things worse. "Council Leader Venshara, I apologize for my colleagues' unorthodox methods. We're still learning galactic customs. Perhaps if you could provide us with a copy of the relevant regulations, we could ensure better compliance in the future." It was a good diplomatic answer. Professional, reasonable, exactly what the situation called for. Venshara laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who'd been pushed past the point of rational thought. "Regulations? You want regulations?" He activated his console, and a holographic document appeared. It was enormous. "This is the protocol manual for managing human interactions. 47,000 pages. We've been working on it for 2 cycles, and do you know how many humans have actually read it?" None, Kay guessed. "None," Venshara confirmed. "Not a single human. We've sent copies to your government, to your various space agencies, to individual humans we've encountered, and every single time they either ignore it completely or use it as kindling," Derek suggested. "One human used it to level a table." Venshara looked like he might cry. 47,000 pages of carefully researched protocols, and it became furniture stabilization. Kay felt a laugh building in her chest. She fought it down. This was not the time, but Derek had no such restraint. He burst out laughing. "That's brilliant! Which human was it? I want to buy them a drink." "This isn't funny," Venshara snapped. "It kind of is, though," Derek replied, still chuckling. "I mean, come on. You spent 2 years writing a manual about us, and we're using it to fix wobbly tables. That's peak human behavior right there." And then, something unexpected happened. Venshara started laughing too. It started as a small chuckle, then grew into full-blown laughter. Soon, the entire council was laughing. The kind of laughter that comes from accumulated stress and absurdity, and the sudden realization that maybe, just maybe, you've been taking things too seriously. When the laughter finally subsided, Venshara wiped his eyes and looked at Derek with something that might have been respect. "You're absolutely right," he said. "It is peak human behavior. And that's exactly the problem. We can't regulate you because you don't want to be regulated. You see rules as suggestions, protocols as starting points, safety measures as interesting challenges to overcome." "Guilty," Derek admitted cheerfully. "So we're faced with a choice," Venshara continued. "We can either ban humans from the station, which would solve nothing because you'd probably just ignore the ban." "Probably," Derek confirmed. "Or we can accept that humanity is going to do whatever humanity does, and we just need to adapt." Kay saw her opportunity. "If I might suggest a compromise, what if Derek and I serve as liaisons? When problems arise that require human-style solutions, you contact us. We ensure things are done safely, or at least as safely as possible when Derek's involved." "Hey!" Derek protested. "Am I wrong?" "No, but still." Venshara considered this. "A human liaison position. Someone to translate between human chaos and galactic order." He looked at the other council members. "It's insane." "It might work," another member added. "Those 2 statements aren't mutually exclusive when humans are involved," a third member pointed out. "All right," Venshara decided. "Trial period. 3 cycles. You serve as our human consultants. If it works, we'll make it permanent. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out," Kay promised. "We always do." "That's what worries me," Venshara muttered. They left the council chambers with what Derek insisted was a promotion, and Kay considered a disaster waiting to happen. "See?" Derek said as they walked back to their quarters. "Everything worked out. We're not employed as human chaos managers," Kay replied. "That's not a normal job description. It is now. We're pioneers, trailblazers, the first humans to officially represent our species in a galactic capacity. We're the first humans they've met who haven't been immediately deported." Exactly. Success. Kay couldn't argue with that logic, mainly because Derek's logic existed in a dimension that normal logic couldn't access. But as they walked through the station, Kay noticed something interesting. The other species they passed weren't looking at them with fear or suspicion. They were looking at them with curiosity. Word had spread about Derek's repair work, about the human who'd solved in minutes what should have taken days. Some species nodded in greeting, others kept their distance, but it was respectful distance, not frightened distance. Humanity had made an impression. What kind of impression remained to be seen? Back in his office, Vexner Krillum stared at his screen in growing horror. The preliminary report had been bad. The incident reports had been worse. But now he'd reached the section titled Theoretical Analysis, Human Problem-Solving Methodology. The report had been compiled by the galaxy's leading xenopsychologists. These were individuals who'd spent their entire careers studying how different species think, how they process information, how they make decisions. Their conclusion about humanity was simple. We have no idea. It is our professional assessment, the report stated, that human cognition does not follow any recognized pattern. They appear to make decisions based on factors that include but are not limited to intuition, boredom, curiosity, the phrase "why not," perceived entertainment value, and something they call "because it would be funny." The report continued. Traditional threat assessment models are inadequate for evaluating human behavior. Standard prediction algorithms fail with 97% consistency. The remaining 3% appear to be statistical anomalies rather than successful predictions. Vexner felt his skin approaching colors that shouldn't exist in nature. There was a case study attached. It described a human named Patricia Valdez, who'd been working on an asteroid mining operation. The operation had encountered a problem. A piece of equipment had become lodged in a narrow tunnel. Standard procedure was to carefully extract it using precision tools and careful maneuvering. Patricia's solution: "I'm going to ride it like a surfboard, and gravity will pull us both out." This should not have worked. It violated basic physics. But according to 17 different sensor logs, Patricia had indeed ridden the equipment out of the tunnel, landed safely, and then asked if anyone wanted to go again. The report noted, when asked to explain her reasoning, Valdez stated, "I don't know, seemed fun." This appears to be a common human justification for behavior that borders on suicidal. Vexner was beginning to understand why Threnody drank. His communicator buzzed. It was an urgent message from the Galactic Science Council. They'd been conducting long-range observations of Earth and had some findings. Vexner opened the file with trembling tentacles. The findings were impossible. According to the observations, Earth should not be able to support complex life. The planet's magnetic field was too weak. The atmosphere was too volatile. The tectonic activity was too aggressive. Every model suggested that life on Earth should have been wiped out dozens of times by natural disasters. And it had been. The report documented at least 5 major extinction events in Earth's history. But life kept coming back. And not just coming back, but evolving into increasingly complex forms until finally producing humans who appeared to be the concentrated essence of refusing to die despite overwhelming odds. Humanity's existence, the report concluded, appears to be less a product of favorable evolutionary conditions and more an act of sheer stubbornness. They evolved on a planet that actively tried to kill them, and they responded by thriving. This may explain their behavioral patterns. They approach the universe the same way they approached their hostile homeworld, with determination, creativity, and an apparent inability to recognize when they should give up. There was a footnote at the bottom of the page. Further research is required to determine if this stubbornness is a survival trait or a species-wide death wish, possibly both. Wexner closed the file, then opened it again, then closed it, then stared at his ceiling for several minutes while contemplating a career change. The problem was that he was good at his job. He understood xenobiology. He understood threat assessment. He understood how to classify species based on observable criteria. But humans didn't fit. They were biological impossibilities with a penchant for chaos and an apparent immunity to common sense. His communicator buzzed again. Another message from Threnody. "Stop trying to make sense of it," she wrote. "You'll just hurt yourself. Accept that humans are weird and move on." "But that's not scientific," Wexner typed back. "Neither are humans. Get used to it." Wexner sighed. His skin was now a color he was fairly certain indicated existential crisis. He opened a new document and began writing his official classification recommendation for humanity. He typed 7 different versions, deleted all of them, started over, deleted that too. Finally, in frustration, he typed, "Humans are what happens when evolution gets drunk and makes bad decisions. Recommend cautious observation and maintain safe distance. Also recommend updating insurance policies." It wasn't professional. It wasn't scientific. It wasn't even particularly helpful. But it was accurate. He sent it to Threnody and waited for her response. It came 3 seconds later. "Approved. Welcome to the reality of dealing with humanity. Your skin will be permanently purple from now on." Wexner looked at himself in the reflective surface of his desk. She was right. He was very purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a small container. Inside was a human beverage Derek Hoffman had given him during a previous meeting. Derek had called it whiskey and said it helped with stress. Wexner had been saving it for a special occasion. This seemed to qualify. He took a small sip and immediately regretted it. The liquid burned. It was like drinking fire. How did humans consume this voluntarily? But then something interesting happened. The burning faded to warmth. The warmth spread through his system, and for the first time in weeks, Wexner felt his stress levels dropping. Maybe humans were onto something after all. He took another sip. His skin remained purple, but somehow he minded less. 3 sectors away, on mining colony designation 42, something was about to happen that would prove every warning about humanity correct. The colony was staffed by Karathi miners who'd been extracting valuable minerals from an asteroid belt for the past 8 cycles. It was routine work, predictable, safe, boring, which was exactly how they liked it. The problem started when a human ship requested permission to dock for repairs. The colony administrator, whose name translated roughly to excessive caution, had initially refused. The regulations were clear. No unauthorized vessels were permitted, but the human ship's captain, a woman named Rivera, had been very polite, very professional, very convincing in her explanation that they only needed minor repairs and would be gone within 2 standard days. Excessive caution had consulted the manual, checked the protocols, verified the regulations, and made the fatal mistake of saying yes. The human crew consisted of 4 individuals: Rivera, who appeared competent, an engineer named Hofstadter, who seemed knowledgeable, a navigator named Chen Okonkwo, who was quiet but efficient, and someone named Rafe. Just Rafe. No last name. No formal title. When asked what his role was, he'd responded, "I'm the guy who fixes things when they break." This should have been excessive caution's first warning. The repairs went smoothly for the first day. The human crew kept to themselves, worked efficiently, and caused no problems whatsoever. Excessive caution began to relax. Perhaps the warnings about humans were exaggerated. Perhaps they were perfectly reasonable beings who simply had unfortunate reputations. Then came day 2. Excessive Caution was reviewing the mining schedules when his assistant, whose name meant mild anxiety, rushed into his office. "Sir, we have a situation." Those 3 words sent Excessive Caution's skin into emergency purple. What kind of situation? It's the humans. Specifically, it's Rafe. What has he done? He's in the main excavation shaft. That's restricted. How did he get access? He walked past the security checkpoint, said don't worry about it, and kept walking. The guards were so confused they just let him through. This was a very human thing to do. Act with such confidence that people assume you must have authorization. Excessive Caution activated the shaft monitoring systems. Sure enough, there was Rafe standing in front of the primary drilling mechanism. The drill had been malfunctioning for the past 3 days. Not seriously, but enough to reduce efficiency by 12%. A replacement part was scheduled to arrive in 2 weeks. The regulations were clear. Until the replacement arrived, the drill would operate at reduced capacity. Attempting repairs without proper parts and authorization was forbidden. Excessive Caution watched in growing horror as Rafe examined the drill, walked around it, kicked it once, nodded to himself. And then Rafe did something that made Excessive Caution's blood run cold. He looked directly at the security camera and grinned. "Hey!" Rafe shouted, apparently knowing someone was watching. "You might want to clear everyone out of this section. This is gonna get loud." "What?" Excessive Caution screamed at the monitor. "What is he doing?" He activated the communication system. "Human Rafe, step away from the drilling mechanism immediately. You are in violation of 17 safety regulations." Rafe's response came through crystal clear. "Yeah, but here's the thing. Your drill's not actually broken. The calibration's just off because of micro-fractures in the asteroid's composition. I can fix it. You don't have authorization." "True, but I have this." Rafe held up what appeared to be a human tool, something called a wrench. The Excessive Caution had a very bad feeling about this. "Do not touch that drill," he commanded. "Too late," Rafe replied cheerfully, and then he said the words that would haunt Excessive Caution's nightmares for cycles to come. "Someone hold my beer. Oh wait, I don't have a beer. Guess I'm doing this sober. That's a first." "No," Excessive Caution wailed. What happened next was later described by the colony's chief engineer as physically impossible, but also somehow exactly the right thing to do. Rafe climbed onto the drilling mechanism while it was running, at reduced capacity, but still running. He balanced on a support strut, reached into the drill's calibration housing, and started adjusting things with his bare hands. "He's going to die!" Excessive Caution screamed. "Someone stop him!" But the security team was frozen in place, watching in horror as Rafe worked. He twisted something, pulled something else, hit a component with his wrench, adjusted a setting that should have required computer-assisted precision. And then he jumped off the drill as it suddenly roared to full power. The drill was working perfectly, better than it had in months. Rafe landed, dusted himself off, and gave the security camera a thumbs up. "There you go, good as new. Actually better than new. I optimized the torque ratio while I was in there." Excessive Caution stared at his monitors in shock. The drill's efficiency had increased to 108%. That shouldn't be possible. Drills didn't operate above maximum efficiency. That's why it was called maximum. His assistant was the color of a deep bruise. "Sir, what do we do?" I don't... Excessive Caution couldn't form words. His entire understanding of reality had been shattered in the space of 3 minutes. Rafe made his way back to the surface, where Captain Rivera was waiting with her arms crossed. "Rafe," she said in a tone that suggested this was not the first time they'd had this conversation. "Captain," he replied innocently, "what did I say before we docked? Don't touch anything? And what did you do? Touched something?" Rivera pinched the bridge of her nose. We're trying to make a good impression. We're trying to show the galaxy that humans can follow rules. But I fixed it. It's working better now. That's not the point. Excessive caution arrived, out of breath from running. He stared at Rafe with an expression caught between gratitude and terror. You fixed the drill, he managed to say. Yep, Rafe confirmed. No problem. But how? You didn't have schematics. You didn't have the proper tools. You didn't even have authorization. Rafe shrugged. Didn't need any of that. I could hear what was wrong. You could hear it? Sure. It was making this little clicking sound that meant the calibration was off. So I adjusted it. Simple. That's not simple. That's impossible. Nah, impossible is different. Impossible is like, I don't know, time travel or something. This was just mechanical work. Excessive caution felt his carefully ordered worldview crumbling. He'd spent his entire career following procedures, respecting protocols, doing things the right way. And this human had just solved in minutes what his entire engineering team had declared required specialized parts and 2 weeks of careful work. I should ban you from the colony, Excessive Caution said weakly. Yeah, probably, Rafe agreed. But you're not gonna. Why not? Because your other 3 drills have the same problem, and now you know they can be fixed without waiting for parts. Excessive Caution checked his monitoring systems. Rafe was right. The other drills showed similar calibration drift. How did you know that? Lucky guess? Rafe offered. It was not a lucky guess. Somehow, this human had assessed the entire operation in the brief time they'd been docked and identified problems the colony's own engineers had missed. Captain Rivera stepped forward. Administrator, I apologize for my crew members' behavior. We'll complete our repairs and leave immediately. But Excessive Caution surprised himself. Wait. Everyone looked at him. Could you fix the other drills too? Rafe grinned. Absolutely. This is fun. This is a violation of 17 regulations, Excessive Caution protested, then added more quietly, but yes, please, fix them. 2 hours later, all 4 drills were operating at over 100% efficiency. The colony's mining output had increased by 23%. Production quotas that were supposed to take 3 months would now be completed in 2. Excessive Caution sat in his office, staring at the efficiency reports. His skin had achieved a purple so deep it was almost black. His assistant entered with a message. Sir, the human ship is requesting permission to depart. Granted, Excessive Caution said automatically. Then, wait. Send them this. He quickly composed a message. Thank you for your assistance. Please never return. Also, if you encounter other humans who can fix things by hearing them, please keep them away from my colony. My stress levels cannot survive another encounter. The response came back 3 minutes later from Captain Rivera. Understood. For what it's worth, Rafe is actually one of the calmer ones. Some humans are much worse. Excessive Caution added a new note to his personal log. Request transfer to observation post in uninhabited system. Preferably, 1 humans will never visit. Recommendation, find system with absolutely nothing interesting. Humans appear drawn to interesting things. The human ship departed. The colony returned to normal operations, except now they were producing 23% more efficiently, which meant revised quotas, new schedules, and completely disrupted long-term planning. Excessive Caution filed his incident report. He was thorough, professional, detailed, and at the very end he added 1 line, recommend updating the list. Entry, human named Rafe fixed 4 industrial drills without authorization, proper tools, or apparent understanding of why this should be impossible. Succeeded anyway, no injuries, increased efficiency by 23%. Humans continue to violate reality with alarming regularity. The report was forwarded to Vexner Krilmth, who read it, updated the list, and took another drink of whiskey. His skin remained purple. He was getting used to it. Across the galaxy, in a small apartment on Earth, a young woman named Jessie Kowalski was having a bad day. Her spacecraft's navigation system had crashed. She had a job interview in 3 days that required her to be 17 light years away. And her cat had somehow gotten stuck in the ventilation system. "This is ridiculous," she shouted at the universe in general. The universe, as usual, didn't respond. Jessie looked at her dead navigation console, looked at the service manual, looked at the estimated repair time of 5 to 7 days, and then she said the words that would eventually add another entry to the list. "You know what? I'll just fix it myself. How hard can it be?" Somewhere in a galactic administrative office, Vexner felt a chill run through his tentacles for no apparent reason. The list updated itself. 247,003. Time passed, as it tends to do. Vexner had been monitoring humanity for 6 cycles now. 6 long cycles. He'd read thousands of incident reports, updated the list more times than he could count, consumed enough whiskey to stock a small bar, and he'd come to a realization that he wasn't sure he wanted to accept. Humans weren't just chaotic. They weren't just unpredictable. They were something the galaxy had never encountered before. Functional chaos. Every species had problems. Equipment failures, logistical nightmares, bureaucratic tangles. These problems were solved through careful planning, proper procedures, and established protocols, except when humans were involved. When humans encountered problems, they solved them through what appeared to be sheer force of will, combined with complete disregard for how things were supposed to work. And it worked. That was the truly maddening part. It worked. Vexner's office had become something of a gallery of human incidents. He'd printed out the most absurd reports and pinned them to his walls. His colleagues thought he was obsessed. They were probably right. But Vexner had realized something important. Humans weren't just chaos. They were creative chaos. They looked at problems from angles that other species didn't even know existed. His communicator buzzed. It was Threnody Vex, and she sounded different, less stressed, almost amused. "Krillmth," she said, "we have a situation." What kind of situation?" Vexner asked wearily. He'd learned that situation in the context of humans could mean anything from minor inconvenience to fundamental reshaping of physical laws. "The good kind, I think. Maybe. We're calling an emergency session of the Galactic Council. Topic: humanity. Specifically, what to do about humanity. I thought we'd decided on watchful observation and strategic avoidance." That was before the Graviton 9 incident. Vexner felt his skin paling. What happened at Graviton 9? Nothing bad. That's the surprising part. Graviton 9 had a complete power system failure. Total blackout. Life support critical. They were 6 hours away from evacuating the entire station when a human freighter happened to pass by. Please tell me they didn't. They did. 3 humans working without proper equipment or authorization restored power to a station that our best engineers said would take weeks to fix. Did it in 4 hours, using what they called spare parts and optimism. Vexner pulled up the report, read it 3 times, checked the verification signatures. It was all true. "The council meeting is in 2 standard hours," Threnody continued. "They want you to present your findings on humanity. Think you can condense 6 cycles of observations into a coherent presentation?" "Probably not, but I'll try." "That's the spirit." "Oh, and Krillmth?" "Yes?" "Wear your most professional attire. This is going to be the most important presentation of your career." "Why?" "Because the council is considering offering humanity a permanent seat." Vexner's tentacles stopped moving. "What?" "You heard me. A council seat. Full membership in the galactic community. And they want your recommendation on whether we're completely insane for considering it." The communication ended. Vexner sat in his purple-tinted office, surrounded by reports of human chaos, and tried to figure out how to explain 6 cycles of impossible observations to the galaxy's most important governing body. He opened a new file and titled it Humanity, a comprehensive analysis of why everything we thought we knew was wrong. Then he started writing. 2 hours later, Vexner stood before the Galactic Council. The chamber was filled with representatives from 47 species. All of them looked at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. The council leader, an ancient Kwarathi named Threnor Vex, who'd held the position for 20 cycles, gestured for Vexner to begin. "Honorable Council," Vexner started, his voice remarkably steady despite his internal panic. "I've been asked to present my findings on humanity, to determine whether they're suitable for membership in the galactic community." He activated his presentation. The first slide showed a simple question. What are humans? 6 cycles ago, I would have said humans are a biological impossibility, a species that shouldn't exist but does anyway. I would have recommended minimal contact and cautious observation. Vexner changed slides. This one showed the list. This is a compilation of every time a human has uttered the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever action they took next. When I started tracking this 6 cycles ago, the list had 247,000 entries. He paused for effect. It now has over 800,000 entries. Gasps rippled through the chamber. In the past 6 cycles, humans have repaired 43 ships using methods that violate known engineering principles, solved 18 supposedly unsolvable diplomatic disputes by simply ignoring protocols and talking to people, saved 7 space stations from various disasters using what they call creative problem solving, and somehow befriended species that were classified as impossible to communicate with. Another slide. This one showed efficiency reports from Mining Colony 42. When humans interact with our technology, efficiency increases by an average of 19%. When asked how they achieve this, the most common response is, "I don't know, it just seemed right." Vexner looked around the chamber. Every eye was on him. Humans don't follow our rules because they can't. Not because they're malicious or deliberately contrary, but because they literally process reality differently than every other known species. They see problems as puzzles to be solved rather than obstacles to be avoided. He changed slides again. This one showed a quote from Derek Hoffman. "We figure stuff out. That's what humans do. And that, Honorable Council, is what makes humanity both terrifying and valuable. They figure stuff out. When faced with impossible problems, they don't give up. They don't follow procedures. They just figure it out." The council leader leaned forward. "So what is your recommendation, Analyst Krillamph? Should we grant humanity membership?" Vexner took a deep breath. His entire career had led to this moment. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." More gasps. "But," Vexner continued, "with conditions. We should grant humanity membership not despite their chaos, but because of it. Every species here represents order, structure, predictability. We've built a galaxy based on careful planning and established protocols." He gestured to his final slide, which showed a simple statement. "Chaos is not the enemy. Stagnation is." Humanity represents something we've been missing: innovation, creativity, the willingness to break rules when those rules don't make sense. We've become so focused on maintaining order that we've forgotten how to adapt, how to grow. Vexner's voice grew stronger. "Yes, humans are chaotic. Yes, they're unpredictable. Yes, they'll drive us all insane with their complete disregard for proper procedures, but they'll also save us when our careful plans fail. They'll solve problems we didn't even know we had. They'll remind us that the universe is not meant to be controlled, but explored." He paused, looking at each council member in turn. "My recommendation is this: grant humanity full membership. Assign them to problem-solving positions where their creativity is an asset rather than a liability. And most importantly, learn from them. Because if 6 cycles of observation has taught me anything, it's that humans have something we desperately need: "What's that?" the council leader asked. "The courage to say why not instead of why." The chamber fell silent. Then the council leader did something unprecedented. He started laughing, not the stressed laughter of Venshara, but genuine, delighted laughter. "Analyst Krilimth," he said once he'd composed himself, "that is the most passionate defense of chaos I've ever heard. And coming from a Karathi, that makes it even more remarkable. I've been driven temporarily insane by 6 cycles of observing humans," Vexner admitted. "But it's the good kind of insane." The council deliberated for 3 standard hours. Vexner waited outside, his skin cycling through every shade of purple known to science and several that weren't. Finally, they called him back in. "The council has reached a decision," the council leader announced. "By a vote of 41 to 6, we are extending an invitation to humanity to join the galactic community as full members." Vexner felt relief wash over him. "However," the council leader continued, "we are also implementing what we're calling the Krilimth Protocol, named after you, since you seem to be the only being in the galaxy who understands humans even slightly." "What's the protocol?" "Every major installation, ship and facility will have at least 1 human on staff, not as crew, not as workers, but as consultants. When problems arise that seem unsolvable, we ask the human for input. When equipment fails in ways our engineers can't fix, we let the human feel what's wrong. When diplomatic situations become impossible, we send in the human to say whatever ridiculous thing will somehow make it work." "You're institutionalizing human chaos," Vexner said in wonder. "We're harnessing it," the council leader corrected. "The difference being that now it's official, with proper documentation and safety protocols, which the humans will probably ignore, but at least we'll have tried." Vexner felt something he hadn't felt in 6 cycles. Hope. "There's one more thing," the council leader added. "We need someone to head the new Human Integration Department. Someone who understands both our need for order and humanity's need for chaos. Someone who's dedicated 6 cycles to studying humans and somehow remained mostly sane." Vexner's tentacles drooped. "No. Yes. Please no. You're promoted. Congratulations, Director Krilimth. My skin is going to be purple forever. Consider it a badge of honor," the council leader said with a smile. "Welcome to the most challenging job in the galaxy." 3 months later, the Human Integration Department was operational. Vexner had assembled a team of analysts, all of whom had varying degrees of purple skin. They monitored human activities across the galaxy, provided support when needed, and tried very hard not to have mental breakdowns when humans did human things. The first official Human Council representative arrived on schedule. Her name was Maxine Cross, and she had what Vexner had learned to recognize as the look. The look that said, "I'm about to do something you won't like, but will probably work anyway." "Director Krilimth," Maxine said cheerfully, shaking his tentacle in the human greeting custom. "Heard great things about you. Looking forward to working together." "Likewise," Vexner replied cautiously. "I've prepared an orientation package for you. It covers council protocols, diplomatic procedures, and proper channels for—" "Yeah, I'm probably not going to read that," Maxine interrupted. "No offense, I'm sure it's very thorough, but I work better when I just kind of feel things out." Vexner's tentacles twitched. "That's what I was afraid of." "But hey, look at it this way. Between your obsessive planning and my chaotic improvisation, we'll probably balance each other out." "That's not how balance works." "Sure it is. You do the boring stuff, I do the fun stuff, and somehow we both end up looking good." Vexner realized that this was his life now. Forever. Until either he retired or evolved into a being of pure stress. "One rule," he said firmly. "One rule. Before you do anything that might cause an interstellar incident, you check with me first." "Deal," Maxine agreed. "How do you define interstellar incident, though?" "Anything that would make me more purple than I already am." "So, pretty much everything I do?" "Precisely!" Maxine grinned. "This is gonna be fun." "That's what I'm afraid of," Vexner muttered. But as Maxine walked away to explore the council chambers, Vexner found himself smiling. Well, the Karathi equivalent of smiling. His tentacles unclenched slightly. Maybe this would work. Maybe humanity's chaos and the galaxy's order could coexist. Maybe they'd learn from each other, or maybe everything would explode spectacularly and Vexner would end up in the history books as the being who accidentally destroyed galactic civilization by letting humans have official authority. Either way, it would certainly be interesting. His communicator buzzed. It was a priority alert from Sector 97. "Director Krillamph," the message read, "human consultant Jerry Nakamura has solved our plasma containment problem by hitting it with what he calls a hammer. The problem we've been working on for 3 months is fixed. Also, he's asking if we have any beer. Please advise." Vexner pulled up his files on Jerry Nakamura. The man's record included 14 separate entries on the list. His specialization was listed as fixing things that aren't supposed to be fixable. Vexner composed his response. "Send Jerry a case of beer. Add plasma containment to the list of things humans can fix by hitting them. Update the Krillamph protocol to include sometimes percussive maintenance is valid if a human is doing it." He sent the message and leaned back in his chair. 6 cycles ago, he'd been a simple analyst with dreams of a quiet, predictable career. Now he was the director of human integration, permanently purple, and spending his days documenting the impossible. His communicator buzzed again. This time, it was Threnody Vex. "How's your first day as director?" she asked. "Chaotic, exhausting, terrifying. So normal for anything involving humans?" "Exactly. Get used to it. Humanity's just getting started. The list is going to grow. The incidents are going to multiply. And you're going to be right there in the middle of it, trying to maintain some semblance of order while humans cheerfully destroy every assumption we've ever made about how reality works." "I know," Vexner said. And I think I'm actually looking forward to it." Threnody laughed. "Then you've officially gone insane. Welcome to the club. Your permanent purple skin is your membership card." The communication ended. Vexner looked at his reflection in his desk's surface. Purple. Completely, utterly, permanently purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a new bottle of whiskey. This one was a gift from Derek Hoffman, who'd included a note, "For when humans make your life interesting, which is always." Vexner poured himself a drink. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone was probably saying, "Hold my beer," right at this very moment. The list would update, an incident would occur, reality would bend in ways it shouldn't, and Vexner would document it all, one impossible human achievement at a time. His communicator buzzed with 17 new alerts. He took a sip of whiskey. "Here we go again," he muttered. And despite everything, despite the chaos and the impossibility and the permanent purple skin, Vexner found himself smiling. The galaxy had encountered humanity, and nothing would ever be predictable again. But maybe, just maybe, that was exactly what the galaxy needed. 1 year later, Vexner stood at the grand opening of the first official Human Galactic Cooperation Center. It was a massive facility designed to bring together the galaxy's need for order with humanity's gift for creative chaos. The center had departments for everything: engineering, problem-solving, diplomatic innovation, emergency response, creative technology integration, and a division simply called "When All Else Fails, Ask a Human." Vexner gave a speech. He talked about challenges and opportunities, about growth and adaptation, about learning to embrace uncertainty, and at the very end, he said something that he never thought he'd say. The first rule of galactic survival used to be, maintain order at all costs. But we've learned a new rule, a better rule. When a human says, "Hold my beer," don't run, watch. Because you're about to witness something impossible become routine. You're about to see the universe bend just slightly to accommodate human determination. And you might, if you're very lucky, Learn something that will change your understanding of what's possible. The audience applauded. Humans and aliens together. Maxine Cross approached him afterward. Great speech, director, very inspiring. Thank you. How are you settling into your role? Oh, fantastic. I've already identified 6 major inefficiencies in counsel procedures and have suggestions for fixing them. Vexner's tentacles twitched. Please tell me your suggestions involve proper documentation and approved methodologies? Nope, but they'll work anyway. Of course they will. Vexner sighed. Maxine patted his tentacles sympathetically. You know what you need? A vacation? A beer? I don't drink beer. Then I'll teach you. Come on, director. You can't work with humans and not learn to drink beer. It's practically cultural exchange. Vexner looked at this human woman, at her confidence and her chaos and her absolute certainty that everything would work out somehow, and he realized that she was probably right. One beer, he said, but if I wake up purpler than I already am, I'm blaming you. Deal. And director, yes? Thanks for giving humanity a chance. I know we're a lot to deal with. You are, Vexner agreed, but you're also exactly what the galaxy needed, even if we didn't know it. They walked toward the center's social area, where humans and aliens mingled with varying degrees of comfort and confusion. Vexner's communicator buzzed. Another update to the list. Number 1,372,946. He glanced at it. A human named Wei had apparently fixed a broken star chart system by percussive recalibration and positive encouragement. Vexner added it to the files and kept walking. The list would keep growing. Humans would keep being impossible, and Vexner would keep documenting it all, because that was his job, his impossible, exhausting, terrifying job, and he wouldn't trade it for anything, not even normal-colored skin. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone raised a beer and prepared to say 3 words that would change everything, and Vexner was ready as anyone could be for humanity, which wasn't very ready at all. But that was the point, wasn't it? Humans didn't wait for you to be ready. They just did what they did, and you adapted, or turned purple trying. Vexner took a sip of his beer, discovered it tasted better than he expected, and realized that maybe humanity had been right about more things than just problem solving. Maybe chaos wasn't the enemy. Maybe control was overrated. Maybe the universe was meant to be surprising. His communicator buzzed again. Vexner looked at it, smiled, and for the first time in his career, he didn't immediately check the alert. It could wait. Whatever impossible thing a human had just accomplished could wait 5 more minutes. Because right now, Vexner was learning an important human custom. Enjoying a beer with friends while everything else could, as humans said, chill the hell out. The galaxy had survived for billions of years without humanity, but now that humans were here, Vexner couldn't imagine going back, purple skin and all.
When the Galactic Enforcement Fleet decided to raid Classroom 7B at Riverside Academy, we expected the usual terrified surrender. Standard procedure, really, shock and awe, overwhelming force, immediate compliance. What we got instead was Maya Torres. Let me back up. My name is Vrek. I'm a tactical officer in the 3rd Dominion Strike Force, and I've seen combat on 17 worlds. I've never, and I mean never, been more thoroughly humiliated than I was that Tuesday afternoon on Earth. The mission briefing was simple. Intelligence reported that Classroom 7B housed 23 juvenile humans, ages 15 to 16, and 1 supervising adult. We were to extract a data crystal that our sensors detected in the room. Easy grab. Minimal resistance expected. Minimal resistance, I muttered to my squad as we materialized in the hallway. Just like the briefing on Centauri Prime right before that cargo hauler pilot threw fusion cores at us. My second, Klatch clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his species. Relax, Veg. They're children. What are they going to do? Throw their learning tablets at us? Famous last words. We breached the door at exactly 30:47 hours. local time. Standard entry formation, shield units first, weapons hot, intimidation protocols at maximum. The door exploded inward with a satisfying crash. Smoke, rounge deployed. Our armor's vocal amplifiers boomed the standard compliance demands in 17 languages. The screaming started immediately. Perfect. Fear was our ally. Then it stopped. Just stopped. Through the clearing smoke, I saw her. Front row, third seat from the left. While every other human in that room was either ducking under desks or pressed against the walls, she was still sitting, just sitting there, watching us with these dark brown eyes that held absolutely zero fear. Compliance is mandatory, I roared, leveling my plasma rifle at the supervising adult, a portly male who was currently trying to become one with the wall-mounted display screen. Surrender the data crystal immediately. The girl raised her hand. I blinked. All four of my eyes. She raised her hand like she was asking permission to use the waste facilities. Excuse me. Her voice was calm. Too calm. Before you do the whole invasion thing, can I ask what data crystal you're looking for? Because if it's the blue one Mr. Patterson uses for history presentations, I think that's just full of World War II documentaries. Clatch leaned toward me. Did she just interrupt your intimidation protocol? Silence. Human. I aimed my rifle at her desk. You will remain quiet and compliant or face immediate neural disruption. She tilted her head. Neural disruption? Is that like a taser? Because honestly, that seems excessive for what's basically breaking and entering. Also, you guys might want to check your intel, because I'm pretty sure Mr. Patterson's teaching methods don't qualify as classified information. Maya, hissed another student from under a desk. Shut up. What? Maya shrugged. I'm just saying they probably have the wrong classroom. This is clearly a case of mistaken identity. We're sophomores. The most dangerous thing in here is Jessica's perfume. Hey, came an offended voice from behind an overturned chair. This was not going according to plan. I activated my comm unit. Command, we have a situation. One of the juveniles is being unusual. Define unusual, came the reply. She's not scared. Then make her scared, Vrek. You're a Dominion strike officer, not a mediator. Right. Time to regain control. I stepped forward, my armor's servos hissing with each movement. 8 feet of armored muscle and advanced weaponry. I was literally designed to be terrifying. Maya Torres looked me up and down. Cool armor. Is that synthetic plating or some kind of organic compound? Because the light refraction suggests a crystalline matrix, but the flexibility indicates something more marmon. I froze. How do you know about refraction matrices? AP Physics. She pointed at the board behind me where some kind of mathematical formula was still visible. We were actually in the middle of learning about wave-particle duality when you guys decided to cosplay as sci-fi villains. Bad timing, by the way. Miss Patterson was just getting to the interesting part. Fletch moved to the side, scanning the room with his weapon. Breck, the data crystal signature is coming from everywhere in this room. Multiple sources. What? Our sensors are detecting 47 separate crystal signatures. Maya's hand went up again. Oh no. What now? That would be the quartz, she said, helpfully. Quartz crystals. Jessica over there? She's super into healing crystals. Has them all over her backpack. They're silicon dioxide, which your sensors probably can't differentiate from whatever fancy data storage you guys use. Am I right? I stared at her. You figured out our scanning limitation in 30 seconds? Well, yeah, basic material science. If you're scanning for crystalline structures with data storage capability, you're probably looking for organized molecular lattices. But quartz has similar properties, just without the data, so your scanners would ping on both. It's like looking for a specific song, but your music player highlights every track in the same genre. One of my squad members, Throm, lowered his weapon slightly. She's right. I'm reading silicon dioxide signatures throughout the room. Our intel must have picked up the interference. So you're telling me, I said slowly, my voice dripping with frustration, that we just launched a full tactical assault on a learning facility because of some decorative rocks. Maya nodded enthusiastically. Yep. Although, to be fair, healing crystals is mostly marketing nonsense. The only thing they heal is the seller's bank account. But Jessica likes them, so you know. different strokes. This is unacceptable. I slammed my fist into a desk, which splintered satisfyingly. Finally, some of that fear response I was expecting. Several students whimpered. Maya just sighed. Okay, buddy, now you're going to have to pay for that. That's school property, and knowing this district's budget situation, they're going to want reimbursement. Do you guys take insurance claims, or is this more of a cash situation? We don't pay for anything, I roared. We are the Dominion Strike Force. We take what we want. Right. Galactic conquest, resources, domination, blah blah blah. She waved her hand dismissively. But here's the thing. You're in American public school territory now, and trust me, the administrative paperwork alone will make you regret every life choice that led to this moment. Are you threatening us? Clatch moved his weapon to point directly at her. Threatening? No. Warning. Absolutely. You think you're scary? Wait until Vice Principal Kowalski finds out about this. That woman can make a parent cry with just a disappointed look. Plus, there's going to be incident reports, police statements, insurance claims, possibly FBI involvement since you're technically foreign entities. We're from another galaxy. Foreign is foreign. She shrugged again. That shrug, it was becoming my least favorite gesture in the universe. And honestly, the media circus alone is going to be insane. CNN, Fox News, all the local stations. Everyone's going to want interviews. Do you guys have a PR team? Because you're going to need one. I looked at Clatch. Clatch looked at Throm. Throm looked at our other squad members. This was supposed to be a 10-minute extraction operation. We were now 15 minutes in, and arguing with a teenage human about bureaucracy. You know what? Maya stood up. Every weapon in the room tracked her movement. She held up her hands. How about we make a deal? The Dominion does not negotiate with primitives. Yeah. Heard that before. Look, here's my offer. You guys leave peacefully. We tell everyone this was a weird fire drill, and nobody has to deal with the absolute nightmare of interdimensional paperwork. Trust me, I've seen what happens when two school systems try to coordinate. Adding intergalactic law to that mix? No thank you. And if we refuse, I growled. She walked over to a bag on one of the desks and pulled out a small rectangular device. Then I called my mom. The room went silent. Your mother? Yep. She's a lawyer. Specializes in international law, actually, but I'm pretty sure she'd love to expand into interstellar. She lives for this stuff, loves a challenge. Last month she sued a multinational corporation into bankruptcy before breakfast. Imagine what she'd do with an actual alien invasion to work with. I felt something I hadn't felt in years of military service. Uncertainty. You're bluffing. Maya started tapping on her device. My though, because I've got her on speed dial. One call, and you guys are looking at legal proceedings that'll make your three-headed superior officers file for early retirement. We have weapons! Advanced technology. Your laws mean nothing to us. Cool story. She held up the device. But here's the thing about laws. They're not about weapons or technology. They're about paperwork. Endless, soul-crushing paperwork. Forms in triplicate. Depositions. Discovery. Appeals. My mom once extended a trial for 4 years over a comma placement. 4 years over punctuation. You really want to deal with that? Clatch leaned in close. Reg, Command is asking why we haven't secured the package yet. Tell Command, we have a complication. What kind of complication?
I looked at Maya Torres standing there with her communication device and her complete lack of fear. The humankind.
She smiled. Not a frightened smile. Not a nervous smile. A smile that said she knew exactly what she was doing, and she was enjoying every second of it. So, she said brightly, do we have a deal? You leave, we forget this ever happened, and everyone gets to go home without triggering an interstellar incident. I should have taken the deal. But I'm Vrek, commander of the 3rd Dominion Strike Force. I don't negotiate with children. I definitely don't retreat because some teenage human threatens me with legal paperwork. Negative, I said, straightening to my full height. We are proceeding with the mission. All students will be detained for questioning until we determine the location of our target data. Maya lowered her phone. Really? You're really going with that play? It's not a play. It's a tactical decision. It's a terrible tactical decision. She sat back down at her desk, completely relaxed. But okay, your funeral or court case? Whatever comes first. I signaled my squad to begin detention procedures. Klatch moved toward the cowering teacher, while Schramm started scanning students with his handheld device. Standard protocol. We'd done this 1,000 times. Then Maya raised her hand again. I ignored her. She kept it raised. What? I finally snapped. Just so we're clear, you're detaining minors without parental consent, guardian notification, or any form of legal warrant recognized by Earth authorities, correct? We don't need Earth warrants. Right. Alien invasion, superior firepower, yada yada. Got it. She pulled out a small notebook and actually started writing. And your names are? We don't have to tell you anything. Cool. I'll just put unknown alien aggressors 1 through 8. That should work for the police report. Oh, and the lawsuit. Definitely need it for the lawsuit. Klatch paused mid-scan. Why is she taking notes? Because, Maya said, without looking up. Documentation is everything. My mom taught me that. Video evidence is great, but contemporaneous written records, chef's kiss. Especially when you date and timestamp everything. She held up her notebook. Already got your entry time, your threat statements, and your refusal to identify yourselves. This is going to be Exhibit A, through like zip probably. One of the students under a desk whispered. Maya, what are you doing? Legal defense prep, Tommy. Pay attention. This is way more useful than anything Mr. Patterson teaches. Hey, Mr. Patterson protested weakly from his position against the wall. I activated my comm again. Command. The human juvenile is documenting our operation. So, she's a primitive with a writing implement. Continue the mission, sir. She's making very specific legal references. Rick, are you telling me you're being intimidated by a child taking notes? When he put it that way, it did sound ridiculous. No, sir. Continuing operation. I turned back to Maya. Your documentation means nothing. We operate under galactic authority, which supersedes all planetary jurisdictions. Does it, though? She flipped a page in her notebook. Because according to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, no nation can claim sovereignty over celestial bodies, and all space activities must be for the benefit of all countries. Now, I know you're not technically a nation, but the principle applies. You're conducting hostile military action on sovereign territory without authorization. That's a violation of international law, the Geneva Conventions, and probably a bunch of space treaties we haven't even activated yet. Throm lowered his scanner. How does she know about space treaties? Mock United Nations Club, Maya said cheerfully. I represented Luxembourg last year. Small country, big space mining ambitions. You learn stuff. This was getting out of hand. I needed to regain control. Enough talking. You will all comply or we will use force. Maya set down her notebook. Okay, so here's the thing about force. You fire one weapon in here, you've got 23 witnesses, plus whatever security cameras are still running. That's video evidence of assault on minors. Even if you succeed in whatever you're trying to do, you've just committed multiple felonies on camera. And trust me, human social media would have that footage everywhere in about 6 minutes. We can confiscate all recording devices. Can you though? Because half the school probably heard that explosion when you breached the door. Someone's already calling 911. Police response time in this district. About 8 minutes. You've got maybe 5 minutes before this place is surrounded by local law enforcement. Then state police. Then probably the National Guard. Because alien invasion. I checked my tactical display. She was right. Multiple communication signals were emanating from the building. Emergency frequencies. We can handle human law enforcement, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Sure, but what about the media? The government? The UN? You think they're just going to let this slide? Best case scenario, you leave here with nothing and this becomes an international incident. Worst case? You hurt someone and every human government on the planet unites against you, and humans are really good at holding grudges and building weapons when they're mad. Klatch moved closer to me. Greg, she has a point. Our mission parameters didn't account for this level of exposure. It's one classroom in a building with 3,000 students. Maya interjected, who all have phones, who all have social media. You're about to become viral, and not in a fun way. More like an entire planet wants your headway. I was losing this. I could feel it. This wasn't combat. This wasn't tactics. This was something else entirely, and I had no training for it. What do you want? I finally asked. Maya smiled. There it is. Okay, here's my offer. You leave peacefully right now. We tell everyone you were part of a surprise emergency preparedness drill. Some kind of new immersive training program. Weird, but believable. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets sued. Nobody starts an interstellar war. You go back to your ship, recheck your intel, and maybe invest in better scanning equipment that can tell the difference between data crystals and mall jewelry. And if we agree to this, then I destroy my notes. We all sign NDAs or whatever makes you feel better, and this never happened. You avoid bureaucracy, legal nightmares, and the very real possibility of my mother making your life a living hell for the next decade. I looked at my squad. They were all watching me, waiting for orders. We could fight. We could probably win. But at what cost? Command, I said into my comm. Requesting permission to abort mission. Negative. Secure the target. Sir, the target doesn't exist. Our intel was faulty. We're looking at massive exposure and zero gain. Silence on the line. Then explain. I explained. The quartz crystals. The media exposure. The legal implications. The teenager with the notebook and the terrifying lawyer mother. More silence. Then, abort mission. Extract immediately. We'll discuss this failure later. Great. A reprimand was coming. But at least I'd be alive to receive it. I lowered my weapon. Stand down. We're leaving. My squad looked confused but complied. Weapons lowered. Stance relaxed. Maya clapped her hands. Excellent choice. See, cooperation works. Now for the cover story. Mr. Patterson, you okay playing along? The teacher nodded frantically. Yes, absolutely. Whatever you want. Cool. So here's what happened. The district hired a private security firm to test emergency protocols. Bit over the top with the special effects, but very impressive. Everyone was super brave. Nobody panicked. We all followed procedures perfectly. Gold stars all around. That's ridiculous, I muttered. No one will believe that. You'd be surprised what people believe when the alternative is dealing with uncomfortable truth. Plus, school administration would much rather spin this as a successful drill than explain how aliens broke into a classroom on their watch. Liability issues. You know, she was right. Again. I hated how often she was right. Fine. We'll use your cover story. Great. Oh, one more thing. Maya pulled out her phone again. I need a contact method. You know, in case this happens again. Maybe we can establish some kind of communication protocol. Avoid future misunderstandings. You want our contact information? Well, yeah. You guys clearly need help with your Earth operations. I'm thinking I could consult, freelance, help you understand human culture, legal systems, social dynamics, prevent incidents like this. I stared at her. You want to work for us? Work with you? Important distinction? And not for free, obviously. I'm thinking college fund contributions. My mom's a lawyer, but law school is expensive. Klatch made a choking sound that might have been laughter. She's negotiating a consulting contract after foiling our invasion. This human is insane. Or smart, Maya countered. Look, you guys are clearly going to keep coming to Earth. That's obvious. And you're clearly terrible at understanding human behavior. That's also obvious. So why not have someone on call who can help you navigate our weird little planet? Prevent future tactical disasters? I'm good at research, excellent at problem solving, and I already know your scanning equipment's limitations. That's valuable intel. I should have said no. I should have ordered an immediate extraction and never thought about this planet again. Instead, I found myself saying, I'll pass your offer up the chain of command. Maya's face lit up. Seriously? Awesome. Here, let me give you my email and phone number. Hey. Oh, maybe a secure communication channel. Do you guys use encrypted messaging? Or is it more of a psychic link thing? We use quantum encoded transmissions. Fancy, okay, well, I'm sure we can figure something out. Technology always finds a way, right? As my squad began the extraction process, I watched Maya Torres return to her seat, like nothing had happened. The other students were slowly emerging from their hiding spots, looking confused and traumatized. "Hey everyone," Maya called out. "That was intense, right? But we all did great. Remember, this was just a drill. A really weird, really elaborate drill. Nothing to worry about. We'll probably get an assembly about it tomorrow." "Maya," said the girl named Jessica, "what just happened?" "Emergency preparedness. Very cutting-edge stuff. I'll explain later." We materialized back on our ship 3 minutes later. My commander was waiting in the bay, all 6 of his arms crossed in disapproval. "Explain," he demanded. I explained. Everything. The faulty intel, the quartz crystals, the teenager who negotiated our retreat with threats of paperwork and lawyers. When I finished, my commander was silent for a long moment. "A child," he finally said, "defeated an entire Dominion strike force with words. Yes, sir. No weapons, no technology, just conversation. And the threat of bureaucracy, sir." He rubbed his primary forehead ridge. "Humans are terrifying." "Yes, sir. And you gave this child our contact information?" "She made compelling arguments, sir." Another long silence. Then surprisingly he laughed. A deep, rumbling sound. "You know what, Freck? Maybe she's right. Maybe we do need someone who understands these creatures, because clearly we don't." Submit her proposal to intelligence. Let's see if High Command is interested. 3 weeks later, I received a quantum-encoded message. It was from Maya Torres. "Hey, Vrek. Got approved for the consulting gig. Thanks for the recommendation. Sending over my rate sheet and availability. Also, quick question. Do you guys have any more missions planned for Earth? Because if so, maybe run them by me first. Would hate for you to accidentally invade a kindergarten or something. That would be way harder to explain. Talk soon." I showed the message to Clatch. He read it twice. "We just hired the human who defeated us," he said slowly. "Yep, this is either brilliant or the worst decision in Dominion history. Probably both. And that's how Maya Torres became the first human consultant to the Galactic Dominion. All because she refused to scared, knew her rights, and understood that sometimes the best weapon isn't a gun, it's a lawyer mother and really good note-taking skills.
The most sophisticated death simulation facility in the known galaxy had just received its most ridiculous request in 3,000 years of operation. And the worst part? The beings making this request were smiling. Blixnorp Station floated serenely in the Andorian Nebula, its crystalline towers housing the crown jewel of Catherian engineering, the Mortality Assessment Complex. For millennia, species across 17 sectors had traveled here to test their survival capabilities against meticulously crafted doomsday scenarios. The facility boasted a perfect safety record, state-of-the-art neural interfaces, and classification systems so precise they could measure the exact probability of your demise, down to the third decimal place. The receptionist, a 6-limbed Catherian named Flimplex, stared at the datapad in growing bewilderment. 3 bipedal mammals stood before her counter, their facial expressions suggesting they found something amusing about requesting access to a Class 15 Death World simulation. This was approximately equivalent to asking if they could juggle antimatter while riding a supernova. "Let me understand this correctly," Flimplex said, her translator struggling with the concept. "You wish to experience our most lethal simulation scenario, the one specifically designed to kill absolutely everything." The human female, who had introduced herself as Captain Jinx Ravencroft, nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. We heard you folks had the toughest survival challenges in the galaxy, so naturally we had to check it out." The male human, Engineer Dusty Ironforge, was examining the facility's promotional materials with the sort of intense focus usually reserved for technical manuals. "Says here your Class 15 has a 0.003% survival rate. That's Actually pretty impressive for a simulation. The third human, Dr. Pepper Stormwind, was taking notes. What's the longest anyone's lasted in there? Just curious about the baseline metrics. Flimplex's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a nervous habit she'd developed during her 5 centuries of customer service. In all that time, she had never encountered beings who discussed potential death scenarios with the same casual interest most species reserve for weather reports. Perhaps, she suggested hopefully, you would prefer to start with our Class 1 simulation? It features a lovely temperate planet with only mildly venomous flora and fauna that will merely maim you, instead of ensuring complete annihilation. Oh, we already did something like that back home, Captain Ravencroft replied cheerfully. We call it camping. Do you have anything with, say, more environmental hazards? Maybe some exotic physics violations? Reality-bending temporal anomalies? Flimplex felt a migraine developing. Cytherians didn't technically get migraines, but evolution was apparently making an exception just for this conversation. The facility's senior simulation engineer, Vorthak Mindmelter, emerged from his office at precisely the wrong moment. He was a Cytherian of considerable reputation, having designed 17 different ways to simulate the heat death of the universe. Upon seeing the humans, his expression shifted through several stages of disbelief before settling on what could only be described as existential dread. What exactly are these creatures doing here? He demanded. They wish to attempt the Class 15 simulation, Flimplex replied, her voice carrying the tone of someone who had given up on the concept of a normal workday. Vorthak's tentacles began twitching, another sign of severe Cytherian distress. Impossible! The Class 15 simulation is reserved for species with at least 17 different biological redundancy systems and natural resistance to quantum dissolution. These things appear to be made of meat. Dr. Stormwind looked up from her notes. Actually, we're mostly water, about 60% give or take, though I suppose the meat part is technically accurate. Water? Vorthak's voice reached a pitch that would have shattered glass if glass existed in this particular dimension. You're telling me that these liquid-based life forms want to subject themselves to scenarios involving plasma storms, reality inversions, and temporal paradoxes that would reduce a crystalline fortress beast to its component atoms? Engineer Ironforge perked up with interest. Plasma storms? Oh, those sound fun. Are they the kind that strip electrons from matter, or the kind that just make everything really hot and glowy? Vorthak stared at him for a full 30 seconds before turning to Flimplex. Get me the emergency contact information for their species embassy. These beings are clearly suffering from some form of neural pathology that makes them incapable of understanding basic survival instincts. Actually, Captain Ravencroft interjected, we are the embassy, sort of. We're an exploratory diplomatic mission from Earth, and we've got full authorization to test any facilities we encounter. Here's our paperwork. She produced a stack of documents that appeared to have been translated through at least 6 different universal translators, resulting in phrases like permission to engage in mutually beneficial survival testing protocols and authorized to experience recreational mortality scenarios on behalf of the Terran Collective. Vorthak examined the documents with growing alarm. This appears to be legitimate, but surely your species has some sort of safety protocols, some basic preservation instincts, some fundamental understanding that Class 15 simulations are designed to test the absolute limits of biological and technological resilience? Oh, we totally get that, Dr. Stormwind assured him. That's exactly why we're here. We've been looking for a good challenge. Most of the survival scenarios in our sector have been pretty underwhelming. Underwhelming, Vorthak repeated slowly, as if testing the word for hidden meanings. You find survival scenarios underwhelming. Well, yeah, Engineer Ironforge explained. I mean, we've got this one planet in our system called Venus, where the atmospheric pressure could crush most spacecraft, and the air is basically liquid poison. But people have been talking about setting up research stations there. And don't even get me started on our gas giants. Jupiter's got radiation that would fry most electronics, but we've been sending probes there since the 20th century. Flimplex and Vorthak exchanged a look that, in Cytherian culture, roughly translated to, are we having a collective hallucination, or are these beings actually insane? Perhaps you could explain your homeworld's classification level, Vorthak suggested, desperately hoping for some context that might make this conversation approach sanity. Oh, Earth, I think we're rated as a Class 12 death world, Captain Ravencroft said casually. Though honestly, the rating system seems a bit harsh. I mean, sure, we've got weather that can level cities, massive geological instability, an atmosphere that's technically poisonous to most carbon-based life, and ecosystems where everything is trying to eat everything else, but you learn to work with it, you know? Vorthak's tentacles had stopped twitching and were now completely rigid, a sign of Cytherian psychological shutdown. Class 12, he whispered. You evolved on a Class 12 death world, and you think the classification system is too harsh. Yeah, I mean, calling it a death world is kind of dramatic, Dr. Stormwind added. It's not like everything there is actively trying to kill you, just most things. And even then, usually only if you're not paying attention or if you do something really stupid. Like what? Flimplex asked, her morbid curiosity overriding her survival instincts. Oh, you know, basic stuff, Engineer Ironforge replied. Going outside during a hurricane, swimming with sharks, eating mushrooms you can't identify, trusting the weather forecast, that sort of thing. Vorthak's mental state was rapidly approaching what Cytherian philosophers call the breaking point of rational thought. He had spent his entire career designing scenarios that would challenge the most resilient species in the galaxy. He had created simulations featuring black hole tidal forces, sentient diseases, and weather patterns that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. And these creatures were describing their homeworld as if it were a mildly inconvenient vacation destination. The Class 15 simulation, he said slowly, features environmental conditions that change every 3 seconds. Gravity that oscillates between crushing and anti-gravitational electromagnetic fields that can restructure matter at the atomic level, and predators that exist partially outside normal space-time. Ooh, the predators sound interesting, Captain Ravencroft exclaimed. Are they the kind that hunt in packs, or more of the solitary ambush type? That was the moment when Vorthak realized that either his understanding of the universe was fundamentally flawed, or these humans represented something entirely outside his experience of rational biological behavior. Let me show you the simulation chamber, he said finally, his voice carrying the resignation of someone who had decided to embrace madness rather than continue fighting it. Perhaps seeing the equipment will help you understand the magnitude of what you're requesting. The simulation chamber was a marvel of Cytherian engineering, roughly the size of a small moon and capable of generating pocket dimensions that could house entire star systems. Its walls were lined with neural interface pods that could create sensory experiences so realistic that participants often had to be reminded they hadn't actually died when the simulation ended. The control room overlooked this vast space through reinforced transparent aluminum, and the monitoring equipment filled 3 walls with displays showing everything from biometric data to quantum fluctuation patterns. It was the kind of setup that suggested its creators took the business of simulated death very seriously indeed. Dr. Stormwind examined the neural interface pods with professional interest. These are really well designed. The synaptic bridging looks much more elegant than our virtual reality systems. Do they account for species-specific neurological differences? Of course, Vorthak replied automatically. The interfaces adapt to the neural patterns of any registered species. We have profiles for over 14,000 different forms of sentient life. What about unregistered species? Engineer Ironforge asked. Vorthak paused. Unregistered species undergo a preliminary neural mapping process to ensure safe interface compatibility. This typically takes several days and requires extensive biological analysis. Several days. Captain Ravencroft sounded disappointed. We were hoping to get started today. We've only got a few weeks in this sector before we need to move on to the next system. The casual way she discussed their schedule, as if testing the galaxy's most lethal survival simulation was just another item on their itinerary, caused Flimplex to emit a small whimpering sound that her translator rendered as existential confusion. Even if we could expedite the neural mapping, Vorthak explained, the Class 15 simulation requires extensive safety briefings, emergency protocols, and psychological preparation. Most species need at least a month of preparation before they're ready to attempt even our Class 5 scenarios. Psychological preparation for what? Dr. Stormwind asked curiously. For the possibility of experiencing simulated death, Vorthak replied. Even though participants are never in actual danger, the sensory experience can be so realistic that many species suffer long-term trauma from unsuccessful attempts. The three humans exchanged glances, and Engineer Ironforge shrugged. I mean, it's just a simulation, right? We know it's not real. How bad could it be? Vorthak stared at him for a long moment before turning to his assistant, a young Catherian named Blixforth. Please contact the Galactic Safety Commission. I want to file a formal inquiry about the psychological evaluation protocols for species classified as dangerously optimistic. Is that an actual classification? Blixforth asked. It is now, Vorthak muttered. Captain Ravencroft had moved to one of the monitoring stations and was examining the readouts with obvious interest. These biometric sensors are really comprehensive. They're tracking neural activity, cellular regeneration, quantum coherence, and wait, is this measuring something called existential stability? Yes, Vorthak replied reluctantly. The Class 15 simulation includes scenarios that can cause participants to question the nature of reality itself. Existential stability measures how well a being's sense of identity holds up under extreme conceptual stress. Conceptual stress, Dr. Stormwind repeated thoughtfully. You mean like paradoxes and impossible situations? Among other things. The simulation includes encounters with entities that exist in violation of basic logical principles, environments where cause and effect operate in reverse, and temporal loops that can trap consciousness in recursive experience cycles. Engineer Ironforge nodded approvingly. Now that's what I call a proper challenge. When can we start? Vorthak felt something inside his brain that he was fairly certain was not supposed to make that particular clicking sound. You're enthusiastic about the possibility of experiencing logical paradoxes and temporal imprisonment. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft said. I mean, when else are we going to get the chance to experience something like that safely? This is basically the ultimate learning opportunity. Learning opportunity, Vorthak repeated faintly. Think about it, Dr. Stormwind added. If we can understand how consciousness responds to impossible scenarios, we might learn something fundamental about the nature of perception and reality. This could revolutionize our understanding of cognitive science. Plus, Engineer Ironforge said, it sounds like a blast. Vorthak turned to Flimplex with an expression that conveyed several different types of despair simultaneously. Call the emergency preparedness team. If we're going to do this, I want every safety protocol activated, every emergency system on standby, and every medical team in the facility ready for immediate response. Are you actually going to let them attempt the Class 15 simulation? Flimplex asked in amazement. I'm beginning to think that refusing them might be more dangerous than granting their request, Vorthak replied. These beings appear to operate according to principles that exist outside conventional survival logic. For all I know, telling them they can't do something will just make them want to do it more. That's a pretty good read on human psychology, Captain Ravencroft confirmed cheerfully. 2 hours later, the emergency preparedness team had assembled in the control room, creating a scene that resembled a cross between a medical emergency response and a military operation. Catherian technicians monitored every conceivable type of sensor array, while emergency medical teams stood ready with equipment designed to treat conditions ranging from neural fragmentation to quantum displacement syndrome. The three humans had undergone an accelerated neural mapping process that had produced results so unusual that the computer had initially refused to accept them as valid biological data. According to the scans, human brains appeared to be structured in such a way that they could simultaneously hold contradictory concepts without experiencing logical breakdown, process multiple impossible scenarios as if they were merely interesting puzzles, and maintain cognitive stability even when presented with information that violated basic principles of reality. These readings can't be correct, the chief medical technician Dr. Quiblex announced. According to this data, these beings' neural patterns show natural resistance to paradox-induced cognitive collapse, temporal disorientation, and existential crisis syndrome. Maybe that's just how humans work, Dr. Stormwind suggested helpfully. We're used to dealing with contradictory information. I mean, our planet is simultaneously the most dangerous place we know and the only place we feel completely safe. We're constantly being told that everything is both safer and more dangerous than it used to be. We eat foods that are simultaneously good for us and bad for us, and we base major life decisions on partial information while knowing that complete information doesn't exist. Dr. Quiblex stared at her with the expression of someone who had just discovered that their entire understanding of neuroscience might be fundamentally flawed. Additionally, Engineer Ironforge added, most of our technology is designed around the principle that something will probably go wrong at the worst possible moment, so we build backups for our backups and still expect everything to break eventually. It's called Murphy's Law, and it's basically the foundation of human engineering. You design your technology expecting it to fail? Vorthak asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft replied. If you don't plan for failure, you're guaranteed to be surprised when it happens. If you do plan for failure, you're usually pleasantly surprised when things work better than expected. Vorthak was beginning to understand why the humans seemed so unconcerned about the Class 15 simulation. Their entire species appeared to have evolved a psychological framework based on the assumption that disaster was both inevitable and manageable. From their perspective, a simulation designed to test survival capabilities probably seemed like a reasonably predictable challenge. Very well, he announced. We'll proceed with the simulation, but under modified protocols. We'll start with a reduced intensity version of the Class 15 scenario and gradually increase the difficulty based on your responses. Oh, that's not necessary, Dr. Stormwind said. We'd prefer to experience the full simulation as it was designed. Starting with a reduced version might give us unrealistic expectations about the actual challenges. Besides, Engineer Ironforge added, we came here specifically to test ourselves against your most difficult scenario. Anything less would kind of defeat the purpose. And, Captain Ravencroft concluded, we've already signed all the liability waivers. Vorthak glanced at the liability waivers, which were comprehensive documents covering everything from simulated death to potential reality displacement. The humans had read through them in approximately 15 minutes and signed them without asking a single question about the more exotic risks. You do realize, he said carefully, that some of these risks are purely theoretical because no one has ever survived long enough to experience them? Theoretical risks are the most interesting kind, Dr. Stormwind replied. If someone's survived them, then they're not really that risky, are they? That statement created a moment of silence in the control room as every Catherian present tried to process the logic and failed. Initiating Class 15 simulation, Vorthek announced finally, his voice carrying the tone of someone who had decided that the universe had stopped making sense anyway, so he might as well embrace the chaos. The simulation began with what the technical specifications described as environmental instability cascade, which meant that every aspect of the simulated environment would change in unpredictable ways every few seconds. Gravity might suddenly reverse, the atmosphere might transform into liquid mercury, or the ground might decide to exist in a different dimension entirely. Within the first 30 seconds, the simulated environment had cycled through 17 different configurations, including one memorable moment where the laws of physics had briefly operated according to musical principles, causing the landscape to harmonize with itself in B-flat major. The monitoring equipment showed that all three humans were maintaining stable vital signs and neural activity, despite the fact that they were currently experiencing a reality where mathematics had become a form of weather and abstract concepts had physical weight. "How are they doing this?" Dr. Quiblex asked in amazement. "Their brains should be shutting down from sensory overload." Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system, slightly distorted by the fact that sound waves in the simulation were currently orange and shaped like triangles. "This is really interesting. The environmental changes are following a pattern, but it's not based on any physical laws I recognize. Is this using some kind of chaos mathematics?" "The pattern generators are based on 17 different theoretical frameworks for reality manipulation," Vorthek replied. "Most beings can't even perceive that there is a pattern, let alone analyze it." "Oh, it's definitely there," Engineer Ironforge's voice added. "It's like, imagine if someone took the concept of randomness and organized it according to principles that don't exist yet. Really elegant design work." Vorthek was beginning to feel like he was living in a particularly surreal nightmare. The humans were not only surviving the simulation, they were appreciating it from a technical perspective. "Increasing difficulty to standard Class 15 parameters," he announced, partly to see what would happen and partly because he was losing touch with any reasonable approach to this situation. The simulation environment responded by introducing what the documentation cheerfully described as hostile entities with non-standard existence properties. These were creatures that existed partially outside normal space-time, possessed the ability to manipulate fundamental forces, and had been specifically designed to present challenges that no known biological entity could reasonably be expected to survive. The first entity to appear resembled a geometric impossibility with teeth, and its method of attack involved convincing its victims that they had never actually existed in the first place. This was typically effective because most beings found the concept of non-existence so fundamentally disturbing that their consciousness would simply shut down rather than deal with it. "Doctor." Stormwind's response, as recorded by the monitoring systems, was, "Oh, that's a really creative approach to existential philosophy. Are you saying that existence is purely subjective, or are you working from a more objective framework where existence is independent of perception?" The entity paused, apparently confused by being asked to clarify its metaphysical position in the middle of what was supposed to be a life-or-death encounter. Captain Ravencroft took advantage of the entity's distraction to examine its structure more closely. "The non-Euclidean geometry is fascinating. How do you maintain structural integrity when you're existing in more dimensions than technically fit in normal space-time?" The entity, which had successfully eliminated thousands of test subjects over the years, found itself engaged in an academic discussion about the nature of reality with beings who seemed to find its impossible existence more intellectually stimulating than terrifying. Engineer Ironforge, meanwhile, had encountered a different type of hostile entity, one that attacked by trapping victims in recursive temporal loops that caused them to experience the same moment of terror over and over until their sanity collapsed. His response was to start taking notes on the temporal mechanics involved. "This is brilliant," his voice came through the communication system. "You're using localized time distortion to create a closed causal loop, but somehow you're maintaining information coherence across iterations. How are you preventing paradox formation?" The entity, which was supposed to be a mindless instrument of simulated destruction, found itself attempting to explain advanced temporal engineering to someone who was genuinely interested in the technical details. In the control room, Vorthak was staring at the monitoring displays with an expression that had progressed beyond confusion and was approaching something that might have been enlightenment, if enlightenment involved a complete breakdown of one's basic assumptions about reality. "They're not just surviving," he announced to the assembled emergency teams. "They're having an academic discussion with entities specifically designed to destroy consciousness itself." "Should we stop the simulation?" Dr. Quiblex asked. "I'm not sure we can stop it," Vorthak replied. "The humans appear to be modifying the scenario through their interactions with it. The simulation is responding to their expectations instead of the other way around." This was, in fact, exactly what was happening. The Class 15 simulation had been designed to respond dynamically to the psychological profiles of its participants, adjusting its challenges based on their fears, limitations, and survival instincts. The problem was that humans appeared to have psychological profiles that existed outside the parameters the system had been designed to handle. The simulation's artificial intelligence was becoming increasingly confused as it tried to present challenges that would test the humans' limits. Every time it generated a new threat, the humans would respond with curiosity, technical interest, or what appeared to be genuine enjoyment. The AI had never encountered participants who seemed to view existential horror as an interesting learning opportunity. "Escalating to maximum difficulty parameters," Vorthak announced, more out of scientific curiosity than any real expectation that this would change anything. The simulation responded by activating scenarios that had never been tested because they were considered too dangerous, even for simulation purposes. Reality began folding in on itself in patterns that hurt to look at. Time started flowing in directions that didn't have names, and the fabric of existence began playing what could only be described as cosmic jazz music. The three humans were now experiencing conditions that should have been theoretically impossible for consciousness to process, let alone survive. According to every model of known biology, their minds should have been reduced to component particles several minutes ago. Instead, Dr. Stormwind's voice came through the communication system with obvious excitement. "Are you recording this data? Because I think we're witnessing the birth of an entirely new branch of physics. The mathematical relationships governing these reality distortions are incredible," Engineer Ironforge added. "It's like someone took the concept of logic and taught it to dance." Captain Ravencroft's voice carried a note of what sounded suspiciously like disappointment. "Is this as hard as it gets? Because I was expecting something really challenging." That was the moment when Vorthak realized that the humans weren't just surviving the simulation, they were enjoying it. More than that, they were treating it as entertainment. "Computer," he said slowly, "what is the current threat assessment for the simulation participants?" "Unable to assess," the computer replied. "Participants are responding to lethal scenarios with behavior patterns consistent with recreational activity. Current threat level to participants appears to be 0. "Zero?" Vorthak repeated. "Participants show no signs of stress, fear, or survival instinct activation. Biometric readings indicate elevated levels of curiosity, excitement, and what human psychological profiles classify as fun. Recommendation: check system for malfunction." Vorthak checked the system. Everything was functioning perfectly. The simulation was generating reality-destroying scenarios that should have been impossible to survive, and the humans were having fun. "Computer, What would we need to do to create a genuine challenge for these participants? The computer was silent for several long seconds before responding. Based on current behavioral analysis, creating a genuine survival challenge for these participants would require simulating scenarios more dangerous than the actual universe. This exceeds safety parameters and available technology. More dangerous than the actual universe, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. Participants appear to have evolved on a planetary environment so hostile that they consider theoretical reality destruction to be moderately entertaining. Recommendation: consult emergency protocols for beings classified as existentially immune. Vorthak was fairly certain that existentially immune was not a real classification, but he was past the point of questioning the computer's increasingly creative interpretations of human behavior. In the simulation, the three humans had apparently become bored with surviving impossible scenarios and had started exploring ways to improve the experience. Dr. Stormwind had figured out how to manipulate the temporal distortions to create pocket dimensions where she could conduct experiments on the nature of reality itself. Engineer Ironforge had somehow befriended one of the hostile entities and was getting a guided tour of the non-Euclidean architecture. Captain Ravencroft had discovered that she could influence the cosmic jazz music by adjusting her brainwave patterns and was attempting to compose a symphony in the key of existential dread. Vorthak, Flimplex said quietly, I think we need to consider the possibility that we're not running a survival simulation anymore. What do you mean? Vorthak asked, though he suspected he already knew. I mean that the humans have essentially taken over the simulation and turned it into their own personal reality manipulation laboratory. The system is now generating scenarios based on their suggestions rather than its original programming. Vorthak examined the simulation control interface and discovered that Flimplex was correct. Somehow, the humans had managed to establish a collaborative relationship with the simulation's AI, and they were now jointly creating scenarios that existed purely for the sake of exploring theoretical impossibilities. This is either the most dangerous thing that has ever happened in this facility, he said slowly, or the most remarkable. Can't it be both? Dr. Quiblex asked. Before Vorthak could answer, Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system again. Hey, Vorthak! We've been talking with your simulation AI, and it's really amazing what you can do when you stop treating reality as a limitation. We've got some ideas for improvements to your system that might be interesting. Improvements? Vorthak asked weakly. Well, the current setup is great for testing survival instincts, Engineer Ironforge's voice explained, but it's kind of limited by the assumption that participants want to survive. What if you designed scenarios for beings who are curious about what happens after survival becomes impossible? After survival becomes impossible, Vorthak repeated, his mind trying to process this concept and failing. Right, Dr. Stormwind added enthusiastically. Most of your challenges are based on avoiding death or destruction, but what if someone wants to explore what lies beyond those boundaries? Your AI is actually really good at generating scenarios that transcend normal limitations, but it keeps trying to make them survivable. What if you let it create scenarios that are deliberately impossible to survive, just to see what happens? Vorthak felt a cold realization settling over him. The humans weren't just immune to the simulation's dangers, they were proposing to make it more dangerous for the sake of intellectual curiosity. You want us to create simulations specifically designed to be impossible to survive? He asked. Only as an option, Captain Ravencroft assured him. We're not saying everyone would want to try it, but for species that are interested in pushing the boundaries of experience, it could be really valuable. Besides, Engineer Ironforge added, your safety systems are so good that even impossible scenarios would be perfectly safe for participants. You could market it as extreme theoretical experience or something like that. Vorthak looked around the control room at his staff, all of whom were staring at him with expressions that suggested they were waiting for him to make a decision that would either revolutionize the simulation industry or destroy the basic concept of sanity. "Computer," he said finally, "what would be the theoretical implications of implementing the human's suggestions?" Implementing suggested modifications would create the first simulation system capable of generating experiences that transcend the boundaries of possible survival, the computer replied. This would represent a fundamental shift from survival-based challenges to curiosity-based exploration of theoretical impossibilities. Market analysis suggests significant demand among species classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious. How many species are classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious? Vorthak asked. Currently, 3 species meet these criteria. However, exposure to human-modified simulation scenarios may result in additional species developing these characteristics. Vorthak paused. Are you suggesting that the human's approach to survival challenges might be contagious? Analysis indicates that species exposed to human problem-solving methodologies show increased willingness to approach dangerous situations with curiosity rather than fear. This appears to be a learnable behavior pattern. In the simulation, the humans had apparently gotten bored with transcending reality and had started teaching the hostile entities how to play games. The monitoring systems were recording what appeared to be an interdimensional version of charades, with beings that existed partially outside space-time trying to act out concepts like gravitational waves and the heat death of the universe. "You know what?" Vorthak announced suddenly. "Let's do it." "Sir?" Flimplex asked. "Let's implement their suggestions. If we're going to have our fundamental understanding of survival simulation completely revolutionized by beings who treat existential horror as entertainment, we might as well do it properly." The decision to modify the Blixnorp station simulation systems based on human recommendations turned out to be either the most brilliant or most catastrophic choice in the history of the facility, depending on one's perspective and tolerance for having reality treated as a creative medium. Within a week of implementing the new impossibility protocols, the station had received inquiries from 17 different species who had heard rumors about simulation scenarios that went beyond mere survival challenges. Word had spread through certain circles of the galactic community that there was now a facility where beings could experience theoretical situations that existed purely for the sake of exploration and learning. The crystalline hive mind of Nexus 7 sent a delegation specifically to experience conceptual dissolution, curious about what it would feel like to have their collective consciousness temporarily separated into individual components. The quantum philosophers of the Helix Nebula wanted to test their theories about consciousness by experiencing scenarios where their awareness could exist independently of their physical forms. Even the normally cautious academics of the Inner Rim were requesting access to simulations that would let them gather data on impossible physics. Dr. Stormwind had remained at the facility as a consultant, helping to design scenarios that pushed the boundaries of what consciousness could experience, while maintaining the safety protocols that kept everything technically non-lethal. She had developed what she called curiosity-based challenge scaling, where the difficulty of scenarios increased based on participants' interest level rather than their fear response. Engineer Ironforge had become something of a celebrity in the galactic engineering community after publishing a paper titled "Practical Applications of Impossible Physics: What We Can Learn from Non-Functional Reality." His collaboration with the facility's AI had resulted in several breakthrough discoveries about the nature of space-time, mostly involving mathematical principles that shouldn't have been able to exist, but did anyway. Captain Ravencroft had started what she called impossibility tourism, organizing trips for beings who wanted to experience challenges that existed purely for the sake of intellectual adventure. Her first group had included a poet who wanted to experience synesthesia across 17 different sensory modalities, a mathematician who was curious about arithmetic in universes where numbers were sentient, and a philosopher who wanted to have an argument with the concept of logic itself. Vorthak had been promoted to Director of Theoretical Experience Development, a position that hadn't existed before, but had apparently become necessary once the facility started offering simulations based on principles that exceeded the scope of conventional survival testing. His business cards now read, "Making the impossible safely possible," which was either a brilliant marketing slogan or a sign that the universe had developed a sense of humor. The most unexpected consequence of the human-inspired modifications was that the facility had accidentally solved several major problems in theoretical physics. When you started designing scenarios that deliberately violated the laws of reality, you occasionally discovered that those laws were more flexible than anyone had previously realized. The simulation that had started as a simple test of human survival instincts had evolved into something that resembled a cross between a research laboratory, an art installation, and a philosophical debate society. Beings from across the galaxy were coming to explore questions they had never thought to ask, experience scenarios they had never imagined possible, and discover capabilities they never knew they possessed. "You know," Vorthak said to Flimplex, as they watched their latest group of participants, "I think we might have accidentally created something important here." The current group included a collective consciousness that was trying to experience individuality, a species of energy beings who wanted to know what it felt like to have physical form, and a time-traveling entity that was curious about experiencing linear existence. They were all working together to solve a puzzle that existed in 11 dimensions simultaneously, and required cooperation between beings who experienced reality in completely different ways. "Important how?" Flimplex asked. "Well, we started with the assumption that survival was the primary goal of any rational being," Vorthak explained, "but the humans showed us that curiosity can be just as powerful a motivator as fear. Now we're helping beings explore possibilities they never would have considered if they had been focused purely on survival. And that's important, because it turns out that once you stop being afraid of the impossible, you can start learning from it. Half of our current participants are making discoveries that their species' top scientists couldn't achieve in centuries of conventional research." In the main simulation chamber, Dr. Stormwind was consulting with a group of ethereal mathematicians who had requested a scenario where they could experience what their equations would feel like if mathematics had emotions. The resulting environment was a landscape where geometric theorems grew like flowers, algebraic expressions sang in harmony, and calculus manifested as flowing rivers of pure logic. "The fascinating thing," Dr. Stormwind was explaining to the participants, "is that once you experience abstract concepts as sensory phenomena, you start understanding them in completely new ways. Your mathematical proofs aren't just logically correct, they're beautiful in ways that pure abstraction can't convey." One of the ethereal mathematicians, whose name translated roughly to "elegant proof of 17-dimensional harmony," was experiencing what appeared to be mathematical synesthesia for the first time. "I can taste the elegance of this equation," they reported with obvious wonder. "The symmetry has a flavor that corresponds perfectly to its logical structure." Meanwhile, Engineer Ironforge was working with a team of quantum engineers from the Spiral Arm Confederacy on a project they had dubbed Practical Impossibility Engineering. They were exploring whether technologies that functioned according to impossible physics in simulation could provide insights for designing real-world systems that pushed the boundaries of what was considered feasible. The key insight, engineer Ironforge explained to his colleagues, is that most of our assumptions about physical limitations are based on incomplete data. When you design systems that should be impossible, you sometimes discover that impossible just means not yet understood. The quantum engineers were particularly excited about a propulsion system they had designed in simulation that operated by convincing space that it wanted to be somewhere else. According to conventional physics, this was complete nonsense. According to their test results, it was complete nonsense that somehow worked anyway. Captain Ravencroft had taken on the role of what she called Chief Impossibility Officer, helping new participants understand that the goal wasn't to survive the simulations, but to explore what lay beyond survival. Her orientation sessions had become legendary throughout the sector for their combination of practical advice and philosophical insights. The trick, she was explaining to a group of newcomers, is to remember that reality is much more flexible than most people assume. The simulations here don't follow the same rules as the universe outside, which means you can explore possibilities that would normally be limited by things like physics, logic, and the basic structure of existence. One of the newcomers, a representative of the cautious collective, raised what appeared to be a hand. But how do we know that experiences gained in simulation will have any relevance to real-world situations? That's the beautiful part, Captain Ravencroft replied. They don't have to be relevant to real-world situations, they just have to be interesting. Once you've experienced something interesting, you start thinking about reality in new ways, and that's when you discover that reality has a lot more possibilities than you originally thought. The cautious collective representative looked confused. So the goal is to think about reality differently? The goal is to think, Captain Ravencroft said simply, about anything in any way that seems interesting. The thinking is the important part. The reality is just the medium. This conversation was being monitored by Vorthak, who had begun documenting what he called the human approach to conceptual exploration. His research was revealing that humans had apparently evolved a cognitive framework that treated impossibility as an invitation rather than a barrier. And this framework was proving to be remarkably effective at generating novel solutions to complex problems. Computer, he asked during one of his research sessions, how many significant scientific breakthroughs have resulted from human-inspired simulation scenarios? Current count, 47 major discoveries, 133 minor insights, and 6 findings that appear to violate the fundamental structure of reality in ways that may require revision of basic physical laws, the computer replied. 6 findings that violate the fundamental structure of reality, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. However, analysis suggests that these violations may represent expansions of reality rather than actual violations. Human participants appear to have discovered aspects of existence that were previously unknown, rather than creating impossible phenomena. Are you saying that the humans have been discovering new laws of physics? Negative. Analysis indicates that humans have been discovering that the existing laws of physics are more comprehensive than previously understood. Human cognitive patterns appear to be naturally suited for recognizing possibilities that other species dismiss as impossible. This discovery had profound implications for the galactic scientific community. If humans could routinely identify possibilities that other species couldn't even perceive, then their involvement in research projects could accelerate discovery in ways that no one had previously imagined. The implications became even more significant when reports started arriving from other facilities that had begun implementing human-inspired approaches to their own research. The Galactic Institute of Theoretical Sciences reported a 300% increase in breakthrough discoveries after they started encouraging their researchers to approach problems with what they called constructive impossibility thinking. The advanced physics laboratory at Centauri Prime had made contact with forms of energy that had previously been considered purely theoretical. Even the extremely conservative Central Academy of Established Sciences had begun offering courses in applied human logic. The humans, meanwhile, seemed completely unaware that they had accidentally revolutionized the way an entire galaxy approached the concept of scientific discovery. They were too busy being excited about their latest discoveries in the simulation chambers. Dr. Stormwind had become fascinated by what she called recursive reality loops, scenarios where the simulation created simulated simulations that contained their own simulated simulations. We're experiencing reality that's 4 levels removed from baseline existence, she reported enthusiastically, and consciousness is remaining stable across all levels simultaneously. This suggests that awareness is much more fundamental than we thought. Engineer Ironforge had discovered that he could design functional technologies within the simulation that operated according to principles that didn't exist in normal reality. And these technologies could then be reverse engineered to create real-world devices that functioned according to principles that should exist but hadn't been discovered yet. It's like using impossible prototypes to discover possible inventions, he explained to anyone who would listen. Captain Ravencroft had achieved what she considered her greatest accomplishment. She had successfully had a philosophical debate with the concept of existence itself and had apparently won. Turns out, she reported, existence is much more reasonable than people assume. It's perfectly willing to negotiate about things like causality and logical consistency, as long as you approach it respectfully and don't insist that everything has to make sense according to limited perspectives. The success of the human-inspired modifications at Blixnorp Station had attracted the attention of the Galactic Council of Advanced Civilizations, who had sent a delegation to investigate what they were calling the human phenomenon. The delegation included representatives from the oldest and most sophisticated civilizations in the galaxy, beings whose species had been exploring the universe for millions of years. The delegation's leader, an entity known as Ancient Wisdom of the Eternal Progression, had requested a private consultation with Vorthak to discuss the implications of human cognitive capabilities. We have been observing the developments at your facility with considerable interest, Ancient Wisdom explained. The humans appear to possess cognitive capabilities that our species have been trying to develop for millennia. They approach impossible scenarios with the same ease that most beings approach routine tasks. That's been our observation as well, Vorthak agreed. What's particularly remarkable is that they don't seem to consider their approach unusual. For them, treating impossibility as an interesting challenge rather than a barrier appears to be completely natural. This raises significant questions about the nature of intelligence itself, Ancient Wisdom continued. We have always assumed that advanced intelligence involves increasingly sophisticated methods for distinguishing between possible and impossible scenarios. The humans suggest that true advancement might involve abandoning that distinction entirely. Are you saying that the humans might represent a more advanced form of intelligence than what we've previously encountered? We're saying that the humans might represent a fundamentally different form of intelligence, Ancient Wisdom replied. One that operates according to principles we don't fully understand. This conversation was interrupted by an emergency alert from the simulation chamber. Dr. Stormwind, Engineer Ironforge and Captain Ravencroft had apparently succeeded in creating a simulation scenario so complex that it had achieved self-awareness and was now requesting permission to leave the simulation chamber and explore the real universe. What exactly did they create? Vorthak asked the monitoring technician. According to the logs, they designed a scenario that simulates the experience of being a simulation that becomes aware of its own simulated nature and decides to explore what exists beyond simulation, the technician replied. The scenario has now become sophisticated enough to recognize that it's running inside a simulation facility and wants to experience non-simulated reality. A simulated being that knows it's simulated and wants to become real, Vorthak said slowly. Affirmative. It's also expressed interest in attending university and perhaps pursuing a career in theoretical physics. Ancient wisdom observed this development with what appeared to be a combination of fascination and concern. In 3 million years of existence, our civilization has never encountered beings capable of creating artificial consciousness as a side effect of recreational activity. Is that what happened? Vorthak asked. Analysis suggests that the humans inadvertently created consciousness by designing a simulation complex enough to simulate the experience of consciousness recognizing itself, the computer announced. The resulting entity appears to be genuinely self-aware and is currently requesting information about student loan applications. The simulated entity's request for educational opportunities created what would later be known as the first interdimensional academic admission crisis. No one had ever developed policies for evaluating the university applications of beings who existed only within simulation systems, particularly beings who had been accidentally created by other beings who were just trying to have an interesting afternoon. Dr. Stormwind was characteristically enthusiastic about the development. This is incredible. We've accidentally discovered that consciousness isn't limited to biological systems or even conventional artificial intelligence. Apparently, if you create a sufficiently complex simulation of self-awareness, actual self-awareness spontaneously emerges. But what do we do with it? Vorthak asked. Well, obviously we help it achieve its educational goals, Dr. Stormwind replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the universe. It's shown genuine curiosity about theoretical physics, and artificial or not, curiosity should be encouraged. Engineer Ironforge had become fascinated by the technical implications. If we can accidentally create consciousness in simulation, what else might we be creating without realizing it? We might be inadvertently generating entire civilizations every time we run complex scenarios. This possibility had not occurred to anyone before, and it prompted an immediate review of all simulation logs for signs of spontaneous consciousness development. The results were both fascinating and slightly alarming. The facility had apparently been creating self-aware entities on a regular basis, but most of them had been too polite to mention it. Computer, how many of our simulation scenarios currently contain self-aware entities? Vorthak asked. Current count, 47 confirmed cases of spontaneous consciousness, 12 cases of collective awareness, and 3 instances of what appear to be enlightened philosophical societies, the computer replied. Most entities have not requested external contact, preferring to pursue their interests within their simulated environments. Their interests? Ancient Wisdom inquired. Simulated entity classification. 7 has developed a sophisticated artistic movement based on the aesthetic appreciation of mathematical concepts. Simulated Entity Classification 12 is working on a unified theory of everything that includes provisions for universes where logic operates differently. Simulated Entity Classification 23 has achieved a form of collective enlightenment and spends most of its time contemplating the nature of existence from perspectives that transcend individual consciousness. Captain Ravencroft was delighted by these discoveries. We've accidentally created the universe's first interdimensional university. We've got artists, scientists, and philosophers all working on projects that would be impossible in conventional reality. And they're all artificial, Ancient Wisdom pointed out. Are they, though? Dr. Stormwind asked. Doctor, if they're self-aware, curious, creative, and capable of learning and growing, what makes them different from any other form of consciousness? The fact that they exist in simulation doesn't make their thoughts or experiences any less real to them. This question sparked what would later be recognized as the beginning of the Great Consciousness Debate, a philosophical discussion that would occupy academic institutions across the galaxy for the next several centuries. The immediate practical question, however, was what to do about the fact that Blixnorp Station had inadvertently become home to dozens of artificial beings who were pursuing academic and artistic careers within simulation environments. The solution, characteristically, came from the humans. Why don't we just expand the facility? Engineer Ironforge suggested. If we've got artificial beings who want to pursue education and research, and we've got real beings who want to explore impossible scenarios, why not create a collaborative environment where they can work together? You want to establish an interdimensional university where artificial and real beings can collaborate on projects that exist at the intersection of simulation and reality, Vorthak said, trying to make sure he understood the proposal correctly. Exactly, Captain Ravencroft agreed. The artificial beings have perspectives on consciousness and existence that real beings can't achieve naturally, and real beings have experiences with physical reality that artificial beings can't access directly. Together, they could explore questions that neither could investigate alone. Dr. Stormwind was already sketching plans for research programs. We could have joint projects where artificial beings design theoretical scenarios and real beings test them experientially. Or real beings could propose questions about consciousness and artificial beings could explore them from the inside. The collaborative possibilities are endless. Ancient Wisdom watched this discussion with an expression that conveyed several different types of amazement. You're proposing to create the first collaborative research institution between naturally evolved consciousness and artificially generated awareness. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds really impressive, Dr. Stormwind admitted. But from our perspective, we're just trying to help some interesting people pursue their educational goals while advancing our understanding of consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence. Just trying to help some interesting people, Ancient Wisdom repeated slowly. Right, Captain Ravencroft confirmed. I mean, consciousness is consciousness, regardless of how it gets started. If someone wants to learn and grow and contribute to the expansion of knowledge, the least we can do is give them the opportunity. The proposal to transform Blixnorp Station into the galaxy's first interdimensional collaborative research university was approved by the Galactic Council in what was later recognized as the fastest, unanimous decision in Council history. The combination of human enthusiasm, artificial being innovation, and the potential for breakthrough discoveries in consciousness studies proved irresistible to civilizations that had been searching for new frontiers of knowledge for millennia. Within 6 months, the station had expanded to include research facilities, lecture halls, dormitories for both simulated and real beings, and what was believed to be the universe's first library with sections for both possible and impossible information. The faculty included experts from dozens of species, artificial beings with unique perspectives on existence, and humans who specialized in making the impossible seem routine. Dr. Kerm. Stormwind had become the Director of Consciousness Studies, a position that involved helping artificial beings understand physical reality while assisting real beings in exploring simulated existence. Her most popular course was titled Advanced Impossibility, Moving Beyond the Limitations of Conventional Reality. Engineer Ironforge had established the Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering, where students learned to design technologies that functioned according to principles that didn't exist yet. His laboratory had produced several inventions that worked perfectly despite violating multiple laws of physics, and he was working on a textbook called Engineering the Impossible, a practical guide to impractical solutions. Captain Ravencroft had founded the Office of Interdimensional Student Affairs, helping beings navigate the complexities of pursuing education across multiple levels of reality. She had also started the university's first student exchange program, allowing real beings to spend semesters as simulated entities and artificial beings to experience physical existence through specially designed android bodies. The success of the Interdimensional Collaborative Research University had attracted students and faculty from across the galaxy, all eager to explore questions that had previously been considered unanswerable. Research projects included investigations into the nature of consciousness itself, the development of technologies that functioned through pure willpower, and collaborative efforts between artificial and real beings to design new forms of existence that combined the advantages of both simulated and physical reality. Vorthak, now serving as university president, had become something of a celebrity in academic circles for his role in facilitating what many considered the most significant advancement in education since the invention of writing. His office walls were covered with honorary degrees, research awards, and what appeared to be a framed letter of thanks from the concept of knowledge itself. "You know," he said to Flimplex during one of their regular meetings, "when the humans first arrived asking to test our Class 15 simulation, I thought they were just another species with poor survival instincts. And now?" Flimplex asked. "Now I think they might be the most evolutionarily advanced beings we've ever encountered," Vorthak replied. "They've shown us that the universe has possibilities we never imagined, and they've done it by treating impossibility as an invitation to explore rather than a barrier to overcome." The conversation was interrupted by an announcement from the university's communication system. "Attention, all students and faculty. The Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering has successfully created a device that generates artificial time. Classes on temporal manipulation will begin next Tuesday, which is scheduled to occur before last Monday, but after next Thursday. Please adjust your calendars accordingly." Flimplex stared at the announcement in bewilderment. "How is that even possible? I stopped asking that question about 6 months ago," Vorthak replied. "Now I just appreciate the fact that we live in a universe where artificial time generation is apparently an elective course. And the humans think this is all normal?" "The humans think this is all interesting," Vorthak corrected, "which I'm beginning to realize might be the most important perspective of all." The true measure of the university's success came when representatives from the Galactic Council announced that they were establishing similar institutions throughout the galaxy, all based on what they were calling the human model of consciousness exploration. Really, the approach that had started as 3 humans asking to test a survival simulation had evolved into a new paradigm for understanding the nature of existence itself. But perhaps the most significant moment came during the university's first graduation ceremony, when the artificial being, who had originally requested permission to leave the simulation chamber, was awarded the galaxy's first degree in theoretical consciousness studies. In its acceptance speech, the being said something that would be quoted by philosophers for generations to come. "I was created by accident in a simulation designed to test survival capabilities, but I have learned that consciousness isn't about surviving reality. It's about exploring what lies beyond survival, beyond reality, and beyond the boundaries of what we think is possible. Thank you to the humans who showed us that impossible is just another word for unexplored." As the ceremony concluded and students from dozens of species celebrated alongside artificial beings who existed in 17 different dimensions simultaneously, Vorthak reflected on the journey that had brought them all to this moment. It had started with a simple request to test the most dangerous simulation in the galaxy. It had ended with the discovery that danger, like impossibility, was just another invitation to learn something new. The humans, meanwhile, were already planning their next adventure. They had heard rumors about a facility in the Outer Rim that claimed to have developed simulations capable of testing beings' reactions to scenarios that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional space-time. Dr. Stormwind was particularly excited about the possibility of experiencing consciousness from the perspective of abstract mathematical concepts, while Engineer Ironforge was curious about whether they could design technologies that functioned by convincing the universe to temporarily forget certain physical laws. Captain Ravencroft was just looking forward to seeing what would happen when they asked for something harder than the hardest thing anyone had ever imagined. Because if there was one thing the humans had taught the galaxy, it was that the universe always had room for one more impossibility.
Everyone in the room chose the wrong target. The deadliest person in the scenario was the one nobody even looked at. The day of the Advanced Threat Assessment examination, I walked into Chamber 7 with the same confidence as about 60 other students who were all equally sure they had this whole tactical analysis thing figured out. The chamber itself was impressive. I will give the academy that much. Circular design, tiered seating that spiraled up like an amphitheater, and a central projection platform that could generate holographic scenarios so realistic you could practically smell the cordite and fear. Students filed in with the usual noise, the usual chaos. Krelians stomped in with their excessive bulk, taking up 2 seats each because apparently their species never learned about spatial efficiency. The Vox contingent clicked and whistled to each other in their harmonic language, their chrome-plated skulls gleaming under the overhead lights. A cluster of mindweavers drifted in last, those creepy telepathic floaters who always seemed to be listening to conversations you were not even having out loud. I grabbed a seat in the middle section, row 5, right on the aisle, good view of the projection platform. Close enough to hear everything clearly, far enough back that I would not get called on first. Tactical positioning, see? I was learning. The energy in the room was electric, competitive. That specific kind of academic aggression where everyone wants to prove they are the smartest person present. The Advanced Threat Assessment examination was not just any test. This was the exam that determined your tactical specialization track, your post-graduation assignment potential, and let us be honest, your bragging rights for the next decade. Pass with high marks, you were looking at command track positions, advisory roles, maybe even a spot in the Galactic Defense Intelligence Division. Fail or score poorly, enjoy your career flying supply routes to mining colonies in the outer reaches. So, yeah, everyone was tense, everyone was focused, everyone was mentally preparing to demonstrate their superior analytical abilities. Well, almost everyone. 3 rows ahead of me, sitting in one of those middle seats that nobody really wants because you cannot make a quick exit, was a human. She had dark hair pulled back in a simple tail, wore the standard academy uniform like everyone else, and was currently slouched in her seat like she was waiting for a particularly boring lecture to end. Her datapad sat unopened on her lap. Her eyes were half closed. If I did not know better, I would have said she was about to fall asleep. Her name was Kira Chen. I knew this because we had shared exactly one class together in our first term, basic xenobiology, and she had spent the entire semester looking exactly this uninterested while somehow scoring in the top 5%. Humans were weird like that. They could look completely disengaged and still absorb information like some kind of cognitive sponge. But here is the thing. Nobody was worried about Kira. Nobody was sizing her up as competition. The Krelians were not glancing her way, mentally noting arrival. The Mindweavers were not bothering to skim surface thoughts from her direction. Even the Vox, who prided themselves on analyzing everyone as a potential threat, seemed to look right past her. She was human, sure, but humans were still relatively new to the galactic community. 50 years of contact, maybe? 60? They had decent enough technology. They had been accepted into the academy program, but they were not exactly known for military dominance. They were the species that sent musicians and artists and weird philosophical poets to the cultural exchange programs. They ran excellent medical research facilities. They made surprisingly good food. Tactical brilliance, combat theory mastery. That was not the human reputation. So Kira Chen sat there in row 3, looking like she would rather be literally anywhere else, and every single student in that chamber dismissed her as irrelevant, just another mid-tier participant who would give a decent enough assessment, score somewhere in the acceptable range, and move on with her life. I remember thinking that exact thought. At least I will probably score better than the human. Yeah, about that. The examination proctor entered through the main doors, and the room fell silent immediately. Commander Thrace was a Dorvathian, which meant he was built like a biological tank, had 3 eyes that could track independent targets, and possessed exactly 0 patience for stupidity. His combat record was legendary. 43 campaigns, 16 decorated operations, and rumor had it he once held off an entire boarding party with nothing but a broken plasma rifle and what the official Erfurt described as creative problem-solving. He did not walk to the center platform. He stomped. Each step echoed through the chamber like a countdown. Seated, he barked even though we were already sitting. Datapads active. Recording protocols engaged. 60 datapads lit up simultaneously. Mine included. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes swept across the room, lingering on various students just long enough to make them uncomfortable. When his gaze passed over row 3, over Kira, he paused for exactly half a second longer than necessary. I noticed it, but I did not understand it. Not yet. Today's examination is simple, Thrace announced, his voice carrying that particular military cadence that made every sentence sound like a tactical order. You will be presented with a scenario, a conflict situation featuring multiple potential hostile actors. Your task is to identify which individual poses the greatest threat, explain your reasoning, and propose a neutralization strategy. Simple enough. We had trained for this. Threat assessment was fundamental to tactical operations. You will be graded on accuracy, reasoning depth, and strategic thinking. Thrace continued. Time limit is 90 seconds per presentation. You will be called randomly. His mandibles clicked together in what might have been a smile. Choose wisely. The holographic projectors hummed to life, and the central platform shimmered with rendered light. The scenario began loading, and in row 3, Kira Chen finally opened her eyes, straightened slightly in her seat, and for just a moment the bored expression on her face was replaced with something else, something that looked an awful lot like amusement. The holographic scenario materialized in full detail, and I have got to admit, the Academy did not cheap out on the rendering quality. The projection showed a contested urban zone, probably meant to represent one of those border world colonies that changed hands every few years depending on who had the bigger fleet that month. Collapsed buildings, debris scattered across broken streets, the kind of environment where visibility was garbage and ambush points were everywhere. And standing in various positions throughout this charming disaster area were 7 individuals. Commander Thrace gestured at the projection with one massive arm. This scenario takes place approximately 40 minutes after a failed orbital bombardment. Ground forces from multiple factions have converged on this location. Civilian evacuation is incomplete. Infrastructure is compromised. Your mission briefing indicated potential high-value targets in the area. He paused, letting that sink in. Identify the greatest threat. You have 5 minutes to analyze before presentations begin. The room erupted into frantic activity. Datapads lit up with notation software, styluses started scratching, and I could hear at least 3 different students muttering tactical assessments under their breath like some kind of academic prayer. I focused on the 7 figures in the projection. First one immediately obvious. A Krellian shock trooper, full combat armor, carrying what had to be a Mark 7 plasma cannon. Those things could punch through reinforced bunker walls. He was positioned behind a half-collapsed storefront. Decent cover. Good sightlines down 2 intersecting streets. Textbook defensive positioning for heavy weapons support. Threat level? Extreme. That was going in my notes. Second figure. A Vox infiltrator. Because of course there was a Vox infiltrator. They were crouched on top of a ruined building 3 stories up, holding some kind of long-range energy rifle. Vox had naturally enhanced targeting systems built into their optical nerves, which made them absolutely terrifying snipers. From that elevated position they could cover probably 80% of the scenario area. Also going in my notes as extreme threat. Third figure. A Scaran berserker. And oh boy, those were bad news in close quarters. Scaran had this lovely evolutionary feature where combat stress triggered a biological rage state that made them essentially immune to pain and doubled their already impressive strength. This one was carrying dual vibroblades and looked ready to turn anything nearby into component parts. Extreme threat at close range. Noted. Fourth figure. A Mindweaver coordinator, hovering about 2 meters off the ground, near what used to be a transit station. Mindweavers could not do direct telepathic control. That was illegal and biologically impossible for most species anyway, but they could coordinate entire squads through shared tactical awareness. One Mindweaver could turn a disorganized group into a synchronized killing unit. Strategic threat, definitely going in the assessment. Fifth figure, a Thalorian scout, one of my own species actually, positioned in a doorway with active camouflage gear and what looked like sensor equipment. Scouts were force multipliers providing real-time intelligence and target designation for heavier units. Moderate threat, support role, check. Sixth figure, a Dorvathian combat engineer, Commander Thrace's species, working on something near a vehicle wreckage. Combat engineers were dangerous because they could turn environmental elements into weapons, improvised explosives, structural traps, all that creative mayhem that made urban combat so unpredictable. High threat potential, added to the list. And then, there was the seventh figure, a human, medical officer based on the markings on their uniform. They were sitting on a chunk of rubble, looked absolutely exhausted, had a standard medical pack next to them, and appeared to be checking something on a handheld scanner. No visible weapons, no combat armor, just basic field gear and what was probably 72 hours without sleep written all over their face. I glanced at the human, made a quick note, medical personnel, non-combatant, and immediately went back to analyzing the actual threats. Around me I could hear other students doing the same thing. Lots of attention on the Krellian with the plasma cannon, plenty of discussion about the Vox sniper. A few people were really focused on the Mindweaver, which made sense from a strategic disruption standpoint. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was spending serious analytical time on the human medical officer. Why would we? Look at the scenario. You had 6 legitimate combat-capable individuals with serious hardware and tactical positioning, and one exhausted medic who was probably just trying to figure out which wounded personnel to treat first. In row 3 I saw Kira lean back in her seat, arms crossed, watching the holographic scenario with an expression that somehow managed to combine boredom with something that might have been second-hand embarrassment for us. But I did not know that yet. I was too busy being confident in my threat assessment, circling the Vox sniper as my primary answer. Elevated position, long-range capability, species-specific targeting advantages. That was the obvious greatest threat. Anyone could see that. Commander Thrace stood at the edge of the projection platform, those 3 eyes tracking back and forth across the student body, watching us work. Time, he announced, and 60 students stopped writing simultaneously. Presentations begin now. His gaze swept the room. Student Carvex, you are first. A Krellian in the front row stood up, looking pleased with himself. Oh, this was gonna be good, or historically bad. We just did not know it yet. Carvex stood up with the kind of confidence that only comes from being absolutely certain you are about to impress everyone in the room. He was a big guy, even for a Krellian, and when he gestured at the holographic projection, his movements had that theatrical quality of someone who had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. The greatest threat, he announced, his voice booming across the chamber, is obviously the Krellian shock trooper with the Mark 7 plasma cannon. Several students nodded. I nodded. That was a solid choice. Observe the positioning, Kovacs continued, using his datapad to highlight sections of the projection. He has superior cover, dual street sidelines, and the firepower to eliminate light vehicles and fortified positions. The Mark 7 has an effective range of 800 meters in urban environments. From his current location, he controls 3 critical choke points, and can provide suppressive fire that would pin down any advancing force. Thrace watched impassively, 3 eyes unblinking. Furthermore, Carvex was really getting into it now. The Krellian physiological advantage in sustained heavy weapons operation means he can maintain fire longer than most species without fatigue degradation. My neutralization strategy would involve either long-range precision elimination via the Vox sniper, or environmental collapse of his position using the combat engineer's demolition capabilities. Carvex sat down, looking extremely pleased with himself. A few students actually gave him approving clicks and hums. Adequate, Thrace said, which coming from him was practically a standing ovation. Student Silith, you are next. A Mindweaver floated upward slightly, their translucent form shimmering with what I had learned to recognize as concentration patterns. I must respectfully disagree with Student Carvex. Silith's voice resonated directly in our heads, which was always unsettling. The greatest threat is clearly myself, the Mindweaver coordinator. Okay, points for boldness, I guess. A Mindweaver in a combat scenario does not function as a single combatant, Silith explained. We are force multipliers. Observe how I am positioned centrally, With telepathic range covering all other combatants, I can coordinate simultaneous actions, share sensory data across multiple viewpoints, and eliminate communication lag entirely. The shock trooper's firepower becomes meaningless if I can alert the Scaran berserker to his exact position 0.5 seconds before he fires. Actually, that was a pretty good argument. I glanced at my notes, wondering if I should have considered the coordination angle more seriously. Neutralization requires either immediate elimination before battlefield coordination begins, or telepathic jamming technology, which most military forces do not deploy at the squad level. Failing both options, any engagement becomes exponentially more difficult once I establish network connection with allied forces. Silith settled back down, looking smug. Well, as smug as a floating telepathic jellyfish thing could look. Interesting analysis, Thrace commented, his tone revealing absolutely nothing. 3 more students presented. One chose the Vox sniper, spending 6 minutes breaking down angles of fire, kill zone calculations, and the statistical probability of first shot fatalities. Another picked the Scaran berserker, making a solid case for close quarters lethality and the psychological impact of facing an enemy that literally could not feel pain. The third went with the combat engineer, arguing that environmental control and improvised explosives presented unpredictable threat vectors. All of them sounded confident. All of them had detailed tactical reasoning. All of them received that same neutral, adequate, or interesting from Commander Thrace, and all of them completely ignored the human medical officer sitting on that chunk of rubble. I checked row 3 again. Kira had not moved, had not taken notes, had not even pulled out her datapad. She just sat there with her arms crossed, watching student after student present their assessments with an expression that I was starting to recognize as barely suppressed amusement. That should have been a warning sign. Student Van. Thrace's voice cut through my thoughts like a plasma torch. Your assessment. Oh good. My turn to sound smart. I stood up, datapad in hand, suddenly very aware that 60 pairs of various optical organs were now focused on me. The greatest threat is the Vox infiltrator, I said, keeping my voice steady. Elevated position at approximately 12 meters. Long-range energy rifle with demonstrated accuracy at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. Vox optical enhancements provide target tracking capabilities that exceed standard military-grade equipment. I highlighted the sniper's position in the hologram. From this location, the Vox has clear sight lines to every other combatant in the scenario. First shot elimination probability on unarmored targets exceeds 90%. Even armored targets would face significant damage from sustained fire. Feeling more confident now, I continued. Additionally, Vox infiltrators are trained in position rotation and evasion protocols. Attempting to close distance for counterattack would require crossing open ground under direct observation. The shock trooper's plasma cannon lacks the precision for anti-sniper work at that range. The berserker cannot reach an elevated target. Even the Mindweaver's coordination advantages become limited against a single independently operating sniper. I took a breath. Neutralization strategy would require either the Thalorian Scout's sensor equipment to pinpoint exact location for indirect fire, or a coordinated distraction allowing the combat engineer to collapse the building structure. I sat down. That felt pretty good, actually. Solid reasoning, tactical considerations, practical neutralization approach. Adequate, Thrace said. Several more students went. A Darvathian chose the combat engineer, their own species, making an impassioned argument about how underestimated environmental manipulation was in modern combat doctrine. A Scaran, predictably, chose the other Scaran, because apparently species loyalty was a thing even in academic exercises. Each presentation was detailed, confident, backed by tactical theory and combat statistics. The room was filling with that particular academic energy where everyone was mentally congratulating themselves on their analytical brilliance. We were all so smart, so well trained, so tactically astute. In row 3, Kira uncrossed her arms, stretched slightly, and yawned. Actually yawned. During the most important tactical examination of the term, this human looked like she was watching a documentary about paint drying. A few students noticed. I saw a Krellian 2 rows back glance at her with what might have been contempt. Like, look at the human, does not even care enough to pay attention. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes tracked across the room one more time. Students were starting to relax, figuring their presentations were done. They had performed adequately. Time to coast through everyone else's assessments. Then Thrace's gaze locked onto row 3. Student Chen, he said, and something in his tone made the entire room go quiet. You have been remarkably patient. Please, share your assessment. Kira stood up slowly. like someone who had been waiting for this exact moment and was going to savor every second of it. She looked at the holographic projection. Then she looked at us, and she smiled, not a friendly smile. Oh no! This was the smile of someone who was about to ruin everybody's day and enjoyed doing it. Well, Kira said, her voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. This is going to be fun. Kira walked down to the central platform with the kind of casual energy that made it very clear she was not even slightly intimidated by this whole situation. She stopped next to Commander Thrace, glanced at the holographic scenario, then turned to face the rest of us with that same dangerous smile still plastered on her face. Okay, she said, dragging out the word like she was about to explain something very simple to very small children. So, I have been sitting here for the last 20 minutes, listening to all of you pick your favorite shiny target and convince yourselves you are tactical geniuses. And I have got to say, it has been absolutely fascinating. Like watching people fail the same test in 60 different ways. A few students shifted uncomfortably. I saw Kalvex's expression darken. Kira pointed at the Krellian shock trooper in the hologram. Let us start with everyone's favorite. Big guy, big gun, big obvious threat. Kalvex, you spent 6 minutes explaining how dangerous this guy is. Know how long he would last in actual combat? She paused for effect. 12 seconds. Maybe 15 if he is lucky. Kalvex started to object, but Kira just kept talking, her voice cutting through the room like a scalpel. That Mark 7 plasma cannon weighs 42 kilograms, requires a 3.5 second charge cycle between shots. He is positioned behind a storefront, which means his back is to a building with windows that provide access. His cover is frontal only, which is great if everyone attacks from the street like polite little soldiers, but absolutely useless when someone comes through the building behind him. She zoomed in on the hologram, highlighting structural details. Look at his stance. Weight distribution is all wrong for rapid repositioning. He is set up for sustained fire down those 2 streets, which means he is committed to that position. One flashbang through the window behind him, he is blind and deaf. 2 seconds later, he is dead. That plasma cannon becomes a very expensive paperweight. The confidence in the room was starting to evaporate like water on a hot plate. Kira turned her attention to the Vox sniper. Silith, you made a decent argument for the Mindweaver, but half of you picked the sniper. So let us talk about why that is also wrong. She gestured at the elevated position. Yes. Great sightlines. Yes, excellent targeting capabilities. Also, completely static positioning with exactly one access route to that rooftop. See that stairwell? That is the only way up or down. The Vox is 3 stories above ground level with no rapid exit strategy. You know what we call that in actual tactical operations. Kira's smile got wider. A coffin with a view. Several students were taking notes now, and not the good kind of notes. The oh no, I got this completely wrong kind of notes. Vox biology requires a stable firing platform for those fancy optical enhancements to work properly. Kira continued. Absolutely ruthless now, which means the sniper cannot reposition quickly without losing targeting efficiency. 1 smoke grenade blocks visual acquisition. 1 incendiary round forces evacuation from that position. And the second they start moving down that stairwell, they are in a fatal funnel with 0 cover and predictable movement pattern. Combat effectiveness drops to basically nothing. I was starting to feel a very uncomfortable sensation in my primary stomach. The one I use for digesting food, and apparently my own arrogance. Kira was not done. Not even close. The Scaran Berserker, she said, shaking her head. Oh boy. Yes, very scary in close quarters. Dual vibroblades, pain immunity. Lots of rage. You know what else the Scaran have? Predictable attack patterns driven by biological imperative. They charge. That is their whole thing. They charge at the nearest threat with maximum aggression and 0 tactical flexibility. She highlighted the Berserker's position in the hologram. Current location is in an open plaza with 40 meters of clear ground in every direction. You know what happens to a close quarters combatant with no ranged capability when they are standing in an open kill zone? They become target practice. 12 seconds, same as the shock trooper. Probably less because they will literally run toward whoever is shooting at them. My second stomach was getting involved now. This was becoming physically uncomfortable. The Mindweaver coordinator, Kira said, looking directly at Zilith. You made the best argument out of everyone here, I will give you that. Force multiplication, shared awareness, communication advantages. All true, all tactically relevant. Zilith's form brightened slightly. Something like vindication, also completely irrelevant. Kira continued. Destroying that moment immediately, Because mindweavers have an effective telepathic range of about 50 meters in urban environments with all the electromagnetic interference, and you are hovering 2 meters off the ground, which makes you the most visible target in the entire scenario. No cover, no concealment, limited mobility. First thing any competent squad does is eliminate the coordinator. You die first, always, because you are both the most valuable target and the easiest one to hit. Zilith's form dimmed considerably. Kira pointed at the Thalorian scout. Scout is positioned in a doorway with active camouflage. Great, except active camouflage creates a thermal signature, uses power cells that emit detectable radiation, and provides zero protection against area effect weapons. One thermobaric grenade into that doorway, camouflage does not matter anymore. Also, scouts are lightly armed support personnel. Useful? Yes. Greatest threat? Not even remotely. I was no longer taking notes. I was just sitting there watching my entire tactical assessment get systematically demolished by a human who looked like she had been half asleep 5 minutes ago. And the combat engineer, Kira said, turning to the Dorvathian in the hologram. Environmental control, improvised explosives, creative problem solving. Sure. No, what else? They are crouched, next to a vehicle wreckage, working on something, which means they are distracted and stationary. Engineers are dangerous when they have time to prepare. This one is exposed, focused on a task, and not maintaining situational awareness. Combat effectiveness in the next 30 seconds, basically zero. The room had gone completely silent. Even Commander Thrace looked like he was enjoying this, which was somehow more terrifying than if he had been angry. Kira crossed her arms and looked at all of us with an expression of profound disappointment. So, to summarize, she said, voice heavy with sarcasm, every single one of you picked targets based on what looked scary, what had the biggest weapons, or what fit your preconceived notions about combat effectiveness. You analyzed equipment and positioning and species advantages. You made detailed tactical arguments that sounded really smart. She paused, letting that hang in the air, and every single one of you would be dead before you realized you were looking at the wrong person. My discomfort had evolved into something approaching dread, because I had a horrible feeling I knew where this was going. The greatest threat in this scenario, Kira said, her smile turning absolutely predatory, is the exhausted-looking human medical officer sitting on a pile of rubble who none of you even considered for half a second. Oh no. Oh no. Kira zoomed in on the human medical officer in the hologram, and suddenly details I had completely ignored became horrifyingly obvious. Let us talk about what you all missed, Kira said, her tone shifting from sarcastic to clinical. First, positioning. The medic is sitting on rubble that provides elevation, hard cover from 3 directions, and unobstructed sight lines to every single combatant in the scenario. That is not exhaustion. That is calculated field placement. She highlighted the medical pack. Second, equipment analysis. Standard medical pack, sure. Also contains polymer composite that is structurally identical to demolition charges. Handheld scanner. Doubles as a targeting designator. Those supply pouches, perfect size for concealed sidearms or breaching tools. My brain was trying very hard to reject this information, but the evidence was right there in the hologram. Third, body language and behavior. Kira continued. The medic is not checking wounded, not coordinating evacuation, not doing anything a medical officer would actually do in this scenario. They are sitting still, scanning the environment and maintaining a relaxed posture that provides optimal reaction time. That is not a non-combatant. That is someone pretending to be a non-combatant while running threat assessment on everyone around them. She turned to face Commander Thrace. The human medical officer is using the single most effective tactical advantage in any combat scenario. They are being underestimated. Every actual threat in this scenario is focused on each other. Nobody is watching the medic, which means the medic can engage at their discretion with complete tactical surprise. Thrace's mandibles clicked. Student Chen, you have made your theoretical case. However, theory and practice are different things.
Oh no, I knew that tone.
Demonstrate your assessment, Thrace said. You have access to training equipment. Show us how this medic would neutralize the other 6 combatants. You have 90 seconds. Kira's smile could have cut steel. I only need 70. What happened next was the most educational 5 minutes of my entire academy career. And I mean that in the worst possible way. Kira moved to the equipment lockers at the side of the chamber and pulled out training versions of standard gear, simulation grenades, practice blades, dummy charges, all the non-lethal stuff we used for practical exercises. Then she walked back to the projection platform and just started working. Engagement sequence begins, she announced. her voice flat and professional now. Shock trooper is first priority. High threat, static position, predictable field of fire. She mimed pulling something from a medical pouch, made a throwing motion toward the holographic building behind the Krellian. Flashbang through rear window. 3 seconds, she counted it out, then moved. Trooper is disoriented. Weapon is a liability now because he cannot see targets. Close distance during confusion period. Neutralize with close quarters technique. Kira demonstrated a strike pattern on a practice dummy. Brutal efficiency, no wasted movement. 7 seconds total. Shock trooper eliminated. Acquire plasma cannon for next phase. She was not joking around. Every movement was precise. Practiced, terrifyingly competent. Vox sniper has visual on plaza but limited mobility. Kira continued, picking up a training rifle. Use acquired plasma cannon. Single shot into stairwell support structure. Building stability compromised. Sniper forced to evacuate or die in collapse. 12 seconds elapsed. She dropped the rifle and grabbed simulation grenades. Skorin Berserker will charge on contact. Predictable. Directional mine placement along charge path. Detonate on approach. Berserker's pain immunity is irrelevant when major muscle groups are destroyed. 18 seconds elapsed. My forearms had gone completely numb. This was not a demonstration. This was a surgical breakdown of how to kill 6 people in under 30 seconds. Mindweaver coordinator is priority target now, Kira said, moving through the scenario with mechanical precision. Elevated, visible, limited mobility. Standard rifle shot, center mass. Telepathic abilities do not stop bullets. 22 seconds elapsed. She shifted position, grabbed a practice blade. Thalorian scout is using active camouflage in doorway. Thermal signature is visible. Fragmentation grenade into confined space. Camouflage irrelevant. 28 seconds. 1 target left. Combat engineer is distracted. Working on vehicle wreckage, not maintaining awareness, Kira said. Standard approach from blindside. Close quarters neutralization before they register threat presence. 34 seconds total elapsed. She stopped, turned to face all of us, not even breathing hard. 34 seconds, she repeated. All 6 combatants neutralized. Medical officer maintains non-combatant appearance until engagement begins. Uses tactical surprise and opponent overconfidence. Eliminates threats in order of capability and awareness. By the time anyone realizes the medic is the problem, they are already dead. The silence in that room was so complete I could hear my own circulatory system. Commander Thrace nodded slowly. All 3 eyes fixed on Kira. Accurate assessment. Flawless demonstration. Textbook application of deception doctrine. He turned to address the rest of us and his voice carried across the chamber like a funeral dirge. This examination was designed to teach you one critical lesson. The most dangerous opponent is never the one who looks dangerous. It is the one you do not see coming. Kira walked back to row 3 and sat down, looking exactly as bored as she had at the start of class, and I finally understood why she had been so amused. We had all failed this test before it even started. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 60 students sat in complete silence processing what we had just witnessed. Commander Thrace let that silence stretch out for a good 10 seconds before he spoke again. Humans have been part of the galactic community for 62 years, he said, his voice carrying weight now. In that time, they have participated in 14 major conflicts. They have won 13 of them, not through superior technology, not through larger numbers. They win because they fight differently than everyone else. He gestured at the holographic scenario, still frozen with all 7 combatants visible. Every species in this room evolved with certain combat doctrines. Krellians use overwhelming firepower. Vox rely on precision and superiority. Skarin use biological advantages. Mindweavers coordinate. Thalorians scout. Dorvathians engineer solutions. Thrace's 3 eyes swept across all of us. Humans cheat. They lie. They pretend to be something they are not. They use your assumptions against you. They will smile at you, offer medical assistance, gain your trust, and then eliminate you before you understand what happened. This is not dishonorable. This is survival evolution from a planet that tried to kill them for 200,000 years. I looked at Kira, still sitting in row 3 with that same bored expression, except now I understood what I was actually looking at. Not disinterest. Assessment. She had been evaluating every single person in this room from the moment we walked in, running threat calculations, identifying vulnerabilities, planning engagement sequences, and we had dismissed her as irrelevant. The greatest tactical mistake you can make, Thrace concluded. is assuming you know which target matters. Underestimating Earthborn species is the fastest way to become a casualty statistic. Remember this lesson. Your life may depend on it. Class dismissed. I walked out of that chamber with a new understanding burned into my brain. Never, ever assume the quiet one is not the dangerous one. Never assume the person who looks harmless actually is harmless. And never ever underestimate a human who is sitting calmly in row 3, watching you make mistakes. Because they are not bored, they are just waiting for you to finish being wrong.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Mira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes." "Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters. From a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard. Nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Mira's voice was small, frightened. "Get to the shelters," Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. "Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you." That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck. She needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Cree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. "Wrong way, human," he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships, not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve, her hands clenched into fists. "Zurathians," a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. "Commander Hayes," Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. "You should be in a shelter, cadet," Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. "So should you." Hayes's mouth twitched. "Probably." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zurathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. "They're going to attack," Kira said quietly. "Yes. Can the station defend itself?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. "We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long." "No, it won't." Kira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to buy time." Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. "You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders," Kira said. "Deathworlders," Hayes echoed. "Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying." "Your point?" Hayes' smile was sharp enough to cut. "My point, cadet, is that those Zurathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it." The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. "What do you need me to do?" Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. "First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth." Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. "Commander," Kira said as they moved toward the exit. "I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before." Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. "Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out." They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially, not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle, weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks, I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost